Hello. Welcome everyone to the live stream, to this live 7th round clash as we have Gukesh and Anish Giri facing off against each other. And this is going to be a amazing clash here that we have. A warm welcome to everyone in the chat. I hope you all are doing well here. And we already have moves on the board with Gukesh today opening with the... What's the name of this opening, guys? Can anyone in the chat tell me? What is it that Gukesh has gone for today? He's playing a slightly offbeat line for himself because he usually opens with e4 or d4. And yes, English opening, exactly. It is the English opening, guys. Good job. This is what we have on the board right now. And so will be fun to see who is the better prepared player right now in this one. And we can see here that there is pressure on d5. Let's take it from the first move onwards. And let's see if I can also bring myself onto the screen, guys, so that you can see me. Just a second. Today is going to be an amazing day as we will have a very special guest joining us today. And you won't be able to guess who that person is. But we'll see if that works out. And Gukesh making a move that seems to have taken Anish by some small surprise as Anish starts to look in the distance. You can see there he's thinking ki bhai kya khelna chahiye? What is it that we should play? And I think it's a new idea that Gukesh has come up with. And hello. Welcome everyone. I hope you are doing well and that you are ready for a fun day of chess today. Okay. So we start from the first move. It was c4, the English opening, e5. Some people also call it the reverse Sicilian. Knight c3. Maybe we can have the standing table, right, today? Okay, all set. So we have the standing table here, and so then now we are all set for the commentary. I'm just making sure that my head doesn't get cut. Right. Okay. So c4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3. Where is Amruta?
Setting up something.
Amruta is setting up the vertical stream, guys. She'll be here in a second. Knight c6, g3 and d5. This is actually the reversed Sicilian dragon now. White is playing the dragon. Bishop c5, d3, castles, and queen to b3. Now, the point is that with queen b3, you are putting pressure on the d5 point. But now this knight has to move, and actually Anish, who is generally very well prepared in the opening, is a bit confused. So if some player gets confused, our natural reaction is to go to our chessbase 26 and mega database. Let's have a look here as to what is the best move. So c4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6. Let me put this here. Okay. G3, d5, takes. We have close to 11,000 games here. Bishop c2, bishop c5. And here he played the move d3. This d3 move already is a big surprise because 655 games have gone castles. Only 46 games have gone d3. And now d3, castles. And you know what Gukesh has played? Queen b3. And this has never been played before. Wow. That's a new move now. That's the reason why Anish Giri is completely baffled here by Gukesh's move. Not necessarily the best move in the position, guys, but it is surely something that is putting pressure on his opponent to come up with this. So if you enjoyed, by the way, right now this what you saw, because the thing is, chess base and mega database is something that is very, very essential for any improving player. In fact, one of the latest GMs of Indian chess, he actually became a GM without a coach, without books, and he said he worked a lot with chess base, and it's also our best selling product in our shop. So it is the first link in the description. You can check it out, and if you would like to have. So with this you can prepare, and right now when we checked, no game has happened. So bishop e6 loses the pawn to b7. Now you don't want to be playing such a sharp line when your opponent is better prepared, correct? So you want to play something which is more solid. So the natural option is knight b6 because you are preparing bishop e6. So Gukesh is playing with the psychology of his opponent here. That is Anish Giri. Let's see if he's successful in that regard or not. What are your thoughts about the opening choice of Gukesh, guys? What do you feel? It is known as a novelty. Correct. Correct. 1602G says draw. The only IRS says Anish ain't playing bishop e6 here. Okay. Wait, bishop e6, queen b7, nd b4. Isn't the queen trapped? Adik Lenin with some great lines here. ncb4 or ndb4? ndb4. But Adik, maybe the queen escapes from here. Because yes, you get a check in, but this is Gukesh's prep that this is hanging. Queen takes c5. And so while we are talking here and while we are seeing this entire thing unfold, we have a very special guest who's joining us. Let's see if we are able to get him on the screen. Yes. Hello, hello, Mikil. Mikil, can you hear us? Guys, do you remember Mikil? Okay, Mikil maybe is not able to right now connect to the sound. But once he does, once he figures it out, we will get him on the screen. Yes, today Soumya is preparing for her trip to Chennai. She has to go tomorrow to Chennai for her training at the Chola Chess Academy. And so that's the reason why. Hello, Mikhil, can you hear us?
Now I can hear you, Saga. How are you?
Hello, hi. So nice to see you. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. I can
Okay.
see you're wearing much less clothes than I do. You're in a warmer place.
Yes, I'm in Mumbai right now in my home. You are in Wijk. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of our people do remember you from the last time that you came on the stream when I was in Wijk. So thank you so much for joining us, Mikhil.
I remember that's when I predicted that Arjun would win his final 2 games, huh?
Oh, yeah,
Remember?
maybe you have some
Last year?
fresh predictions this time.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe later. Yeah. But it's great to be back. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And for people here, just so that you know, Mikhil is also the author of this amazing book, The Anand Files, here. So you can see his name here at the bottom. So thank you so much, Mikhil. And how is the atmosphere in Vaikanze this time? How is it? How are you enjoying yourself?
I mean, it's a fantastic tournament again. I think you've all seen that the organization and especially the media team has made some further upgrades and further innovation. I'm quite impressed with the boards below the players. I think that's very nice. I think the cameras and the close-ups that you see of the players are fantastic. You can see the real emotions. And I think it's been a tournament with a lot of heartbreaks, a lot more than last year.
Right. And this time there have been a lot of players after the games who are just sitting at the board and like thinking to themselves, oh, how did we blunder this way? Like yesterday, Gukesh, Matthias Bluebaum. It's a huge list.
Yeah, and Gukesh yesterday, I'm a big fan of him, and I felt so sorry for him. I mean, you've all seen at the board, but then he came into the press room, and he was standing in a corner with his head almost directly into the coach, and he was standing there for 10, 15 minutes, like completely in shock, shaking his head and grabbing and doing this and no one could talk to him, but it was, yeah, I don't know. Maybe
But
the
why
behavior
was he not going back to the room?
he did after 10, 15 minutes, but it was like he was in shock. I've seen
Oh,
this
really?
behavior only before from, I would say, someone like Ivanchuk, but with Gukesh, I mean, this was, of course, the type of blunder is unheard of, but indeed, normally, and you say, okay, I made a blunder. I'm going to my room and relax, do some sports or watch a series, not think about what I just did. Yeah. But he was just standing there. And it was like there were like 3, 4 people in the press room, so luckily not a lot. And we didn't dare to make a single noise. We didn't dare to take pictures. We didn't dare to say anything.
No one
We
shot it. Yeah, that's quite interesting. I think it's a safe space
I
there.
think I think Leonard came back and he took one picture, but he was the only one, and he just happened to walk in when Gukesh was already 10 minutes there or something. But all the others who were there, we didn't. We wanted to show respect. This was someone who was almost in tears, and yeah, you just respect it. Yeah.
Right. That's very very thoughtful of everyone there. And I think Gukesh today looks like he has recovered. If anyone is not aware of what happened yesterday, you can check out. I mean, everywhere it's all over the news. But just so that you know, Gukesh was equal in his game against Abdusattorov here. It was very even the entire battle, and then he could have taken the pawn here. He could have played rook f8, but he went rook g5, a terrible blunder, and he just simply missed queen f6 and blundered the entire rook. These blunders happen either in blitz games, bullet games, or in games between like really weak players. At this level, it's usually unheard of, especially when one player has 5 minutes, like Gukesh had 5 minutes on his clock. So that was really shocking for him. But let's see how he recovers today from that loss.
But Saga, I think yesterday, I know the engine said the position was equal, but I think psychologically, Gukesh was actually already starting to push.
Yes.
And
No, he
and
was
it was
pushing throughout the game, I felt.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And it's clear that if he would have won that game, he would have been the key contender to win the tournament. Yeah, I mean, he would gain the momentum. He would probably be on +2. Abdu is now clearly in the lead. It's basically in one moment the tournament turns around.
True, true. That's the brutality of top level chess. But today, he's come up with a move, Mikil, Queen B3, and I checked the databases, never been played before. A novelty,
So,
already
so
on
you
move
call,
8.
so you called Kajewski, and what did he say?
Gaevsky did his job, I think. He gave Gukesh something to play for today. I think that's his role.
I think that's the best way to cheer someone up, huh? To provide with new moves, with new inspiration.
Correct. And right now he goes back knight d7 and Gukesh quickly castles. It took 3 minutes here and now Anish is thinking, let's go to another game. People are saying Arvind versus Jorden is a crazy game. Oh, although it's not very crazy, but Arvind goes for the King's Indian. Wow. I think Mikil, King's Indian is making a resurgence at top level chess, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, to be precise, it's maybe just a level below the absolute top. I think the top 5, maybe top 10 players you don't see a lot, but below that, yes, definitely. And I think the theoretical status is if you hold on 1 second, Saga, in this position, I think theory by engines have moved. Historically, King's Indian was always like +0.8 for white. And I think nowadays, with the strong engines, it has been established that most of the lines where black takes on d4 will result in drawers lines. So white is looking for new ways, like for example, Petrosian system with early d4, d5, those kind of things, to keep play going. But that's a clear difference from 10, 15 years ago when you had the bayonet attack with d5 and b4 and all these crazy Kramnik Kasparov games, etc. Nowadays, basically white avoids that because these knight a6, e takes d4 lines, they can be a bit drawish. But I think Aravindh is the player, and Jorden also, by the way, who shy away from short draws. They will always fight. So I'm looking forward to this game today.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. This one is going to be so exciting. Bishop e3, bishop g4, and now Jorden plays d5. I think Jorden has played really well in this tournament. If we look at it, he beat Anish Giri. He had no issues against Gukesh. I think only he lost his game yesterday to Kaan, which was not a great result for him. But otherwise, he's been really good.
Yeah, and yesterday was also a one move blunder. He played his king to the wrong square, and then it got maybe a bit unexpected in a mating net. And if he would have gone the other way, either king g8 or king g6, the game would have likely petered out to a draw. And then it's still a very different tournament for Jorden.
Right. Absolutely.
But by the way, bishop g4 by Aravindh is a bit unusual. I would say knight g4 is probably the main line.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way he's playing. Knight g4 is one of the main moves here. He goes bishop g4 and now plays c5. And the engines are like, Arvind, this is not how you play the King's Indian. But maybe the engines don't understand Arvind's mindset.
It could be. I can tell you that on an amateur level where I play, I've broken my head. It took a long time because I always thought these type of positions after h3 or something, bishop f3, bishop takes f3, had to be better for white because I was simply thinking pair of bishops, what's the compensation for black? And it took a long time before I figured out that actually that white squared bishop on e2 is a weak piece, because with the pawns on e4, d5, c4, it cannot really operate. So I think that's maybe, I'm speculating here, some of the concept of Aravindh behind the move c5 to play against that bishop on e2.
Right. But in a way, this is his good bishop because he has put all the pawns on the dark squares. So giving it up may not be the best of ideas, but that's Arvind for you. He gives something, he takes something, he creates his chances, and he gives opponents chances. That's why so many people love watching his games here, and also Jorden. I mean, he has some incredible ideas. I'm pretty sure this game is going to have a decisive result today. We'll see how
And,
this.
and,
Yes.
and Sarah, you know King's Indian players, huh? No matter how bad the bishop on g7, they don't want to say goodbye to it.
Yes, that's their true friend. Yeah, they never bad mouth about it. They are like, okay, as long as you are alive, other pieces are functioning okay, we are happy.
Yes.
Okay, so this one, good. Let's go to the game. Very exciting one. And I want to get your thoughts on this youngster here, Kaan Erdogmus. I've been hearing a lot about him. I've actually seen him also at the World Rapid and Blitz. Grand Swiss, he impressed one and all. Maybe this is the first time you are seeing him in person, is it?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
has been your sort of impressions of him?
Hugely talented. I don't think I'm surprising anyone by saying that. Very mature for his age, also in the kind of decisions he makes. And as a growing young player, also still some weaknesses. So he lost this rook endgame against Sindarov, which was an obvious draw. And I think any other participant in the A group would have drawn it. But that's normal at that age. There are still some weaknesses, but the way he's playing, it's clear that this is a huge talent. I would say I'm happy to put my money on that he's gonna be at some point at least in the top 5 of the world.
Top 5, not the
Yeah.
world champion, yes?
Well, it's always hard to predict, especially at this stage. So many things can happen. There can be a kid we haven't even heard about yet. Those kind of things. But I think with top 5, you say, yeah, he could be. But to put my money already on that he's going to be world champion, maybe we don't even have a world championship by then. Yeah, who knows?
Yes, there are a lot of changes happening in the world championship cycle, in a lot of things that the way in which things are happening. For example, we are going to have a world championship that will happen very soon, in maybe 15 days from now, in freestyle chess. That's going to happen. Yeah, we just
And then we have ultimate, and then we have I want to say classical, but it probably is called the World Championship, right?
the world championship, and there is the pilot of the total world championship that we will
The
have.
total, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
the total. Hopefully we'll have. I think it's the period where maybe FIDE is also experimenting with things, and hopefully things will settle down in the days to come.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's quickly check the moves here that are happening. Knight
By the way,
F3.
Arjun was completely lost yesterday against Bluebaum, and I talked to him afterwards briefly. He didn't think he had played a bad game. There was just one moment when he sacrificed the pawn and he thought about it for 10 minutes. And afterwards, he said he had just done the wrong assessment. He thought it was going to be give him good chances against Bluebaum's king, and it didn't happen. And also there was a pawn on g6, a white pawn, which Arjun had underestimated. He thought it was not important and turned out to be extremely annoying. So that's how he ended up in a lost position. And yeah, it's clear. I think the engine score ranged between +2 and +5.5. That Bluebaum should have won this game, and that's why he stormed.
Yeah. Okay, we are back here. So
Yeah.
d5, d3 played. Queen b6 attacking the knight. The knight drops back. Knight g4 already threatening a big attack on the f2 pawn, castles, and e3. What a direct way to play here by Erdogmus here. And he's not even in his preparation, it seems. He's playing it over the board. What do you think, Mikhil, about e3?
Now, first of all, the fact that he dares to play this kind of stuff shows me how mature he is and how much self-confidence. Yeah, I mean, if you're as a young kid, you get to play in these masters. Normally, you would expect to be very nervous, and how you deal with that is by playing long theoretical lines. So you only have to start playing in the middle game and the end game. And the fact that he probably perceives this as just another puzzle from his coach and find the best moves for black, I find very impressive. And it's hard to say. I mean, for me, I would say it feels like the wrong approach in this specific position. So I like the fact that he takes the risk. But in my classical thinking, White is developed, far ahead in development. Normally, I would expect this has to go wrong for black at some point.
Well, let's see if that is the case here, because it's surely a lot of pressure that right now Yaz is putting on Arjun. But f3 here is the right move. And let's see if Arjun plays it. But then one of our viewers, Adik Lenin, is saying that can we sack here, take, and play something like d4, just completely shutting down the entire queen side? Could be a crazy line.
Yeah, maybe it's possible.
This could really make the position very, very complicated. And I think Arjun will have to be very, very careful before he pushes his pawn any step further, f3 or not to play f3 and all of these things. So he has to figure these things out. e3 is on the board. So this is a very exciting clash that we have on this board here. And then we have the game between, guys, we are trying to fix our video, so it'll come pretty soon. So don't worry, we'll fix that from our end. It's some internet issue that we are having. Oh my god, look at Praggnanandhaa versus Matthias Bluebaum. I think, Mikhil, now the internet should be better, maybe.
Okay, because I still have the message that your network bandwidth is low.
Ah, okay. Maybe it'll get better as this.
Yeah.
I changed my internet and hopefully people can hear us well. Sorry for that from my end, and hopefully it'll be okay. And yeah, so d4, d5, c4, e6. We have this. Castles, knight bd7, knight bd2, knight e4, rook c1. And he played the move b4. And I think he's threatening the move c5 here.
I cannot see, the screen is quite small. I cannot see how much time he used for this move, but please still prep.
He used 4 minutes, 3 minutes for this move. Okay, just a second. I'll try to... just a second, Mikhil.
No. You're back, Sarah.
Hello. Sorry. I think this should now solve our problems. Hopefully, can you see and hear everything well?
For me, it's perfect.
Okay. Great. And so we were looking at this game between Praggnanandhaa and Bluebaum. And yes, we have the video also here. So B4 played here by Pragg, and knight takes D2. Knight takes D2, and Bluebaum takes here and takes the pawn. And Pragg now, actually I was a bit surprised. Like, I was thinking, what if I take the pawn straight away?
You take on D5?
Take on D5 and take on C7 is the idea, right?
Yeah.
So that's why he took here, and then took here. A3, bishop D6, he takes. And now queen D6 was possible, but a question to everyone in the chat. What is a double attack in this position that white can do here? Let's see if people here can try and find it. I hope that the internet and all is fine, guys. Do refresh your stream. Yes, Ahmad, well done. Buddhi Matha Mara. Neon Limes, Yuvraj Singh, Ragini Sa, RNZLR, well done. I think good job by everyone in the chat. Queen C2, Mikhil, attacking H7 and C7. Works well.
Yeah, and I think this reminds me of an advice I got when I was a kid from my coach. And that is that I had to sit on my hands before I played a move. Because otherwise I would be too quick in playing Queen H5, thinking, oh, I'm gonna mate him. and that advice, sitting on my hands and thinking a little bit longer, has really helped me in improving.
Do you still do that?
Yes, sometimes I do.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the advice given by Botvinnik to his to Garry Kasparov as well?
Could be. You know more than I do.
No, really, I had read about it. So maybe your coach was inspired by Botvinnik.
Probably, yeah.
Rook C7. He went Rook A B8. And now Pragg instantly plays Queen H5. And he's looking confident there. Matthias Bluebaum has his head in his hands. And he's thinking here, this could become quite an exciting game as well.
Yeah, but also, I mean, imagine the position of Bluebaum here. You're being surprised by Pragg. You don't know what the evaluation is. There's no evaluation bar for you. You can see that white has a pair of bishops for the sacrificed pawn and a rook on c7. I would be worried as well that it feels like you probably need to find only moves to stay in the game with black.
And how tempting is it to play the move knight f6? Because with that move, you are basically sort of clarifying things in the position, because you attack the queen and the rook is attacked.
Yeah, and you can take on h7, I guess, huh?
Yes, either bishop h7, because if knight h7, it's a free queen. But then king h8, and then bishop b1, you can take here. I can take the queen, and I think this is quite a serious edge for white, because the rook is on the 7th and very powerful. With rook coming here to c1. So maybe queen h5, he must go g6. I think g6 looks natural, although h6 is also possible. So not so simple decision here.
I think one of the things you need to ask yourself is, let's say that after that, white plays something like queen b5. And then you play a rook to d8, and you play rook fc1. Do you still have a move with black? Or are you in a kind of zugzwang?
So like here, queen b5.
Rook fd8.
Yeah.
Rook fc1.
So
how to untangle with black? Yeah, that's what Bluebaum is thinking about.
Because if a6, you have queen b6, yeah, or not?
Yeah.
Maybe there's just bishop g2 attacking the queen. Okay, got it. So maybe not.
Okay, but maybe even if you go back.
And now queen g5 threatening here.
Yeah.
Maybe black is okay, but I think you are right. The way that Pragg has played his moves, the speed at which perhaps Bluebaum has to really believe in himself to come out of this. And I think Bluebaum hasn't played against that many world-class players, or at that level of tournaments where he would have like complete trust on himself.
Yeah.
Maybe he would. I don't know.
And I think there's a difference for the candidates. I mean, both players will play the candidates, and Pragg will have the ambition to win. For Bluebaum, that is probably a bit unrealistic. He will try to give him his best.
Yes.
But by the simple fact that the candidates is a little bit less important to him than to Pragg, it means that here at Tata, he can show more of his prep. It's more important for him to show his class and get more invites, whether it's Tata next year or tournaments like Pragg or other tournaments, maybe in India. Bluebaum has played a lot of open tournaments and done fantastically well. And he's now trying to make the bridge to getting more closed invitations. So in that sense, his whole approach to this tournament is slightly different than Pragg and Giri, and who else is playing the candidates? I'm forgetting one.
Sindarov,
yeah, of course.
Yeah. And there's also, I think, aren't there 4 candidates who are playing here? Or
yeah, Bluebaum. Bluebaum is the 4th.
Bluebaum, yeah. Okay, so this one is interesting. Let's go to the battle of the leader of the tournament. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov playing here. And he's playing against the top seed of the event, Vincent Keymer, and they have a crazy game. Let's go from the opening.
So, Sarah, I want to do a question for the chat.
Yes, please.
But I don't know if I have the answer.
Okay, they will find it out.
Because it is gossip, what I've heard, but it's so well confirmed that I think it's almost the truth. Really? So let's ask the chat. Okay. Who is the trainer of Abdusattorov?
Here in Wijk.
He's not present here present, but what I hear is they talk on the phone, and he's been his trainer since a couple of months.
Oh, wow. That's so interesting, Mikhil, that you say this, because I'm unaware of it. Maybe let's ask our viewers here. We have around 1,000 people. Can you answer here, guys? What do you think? Kramnik, they are saying.
I think they are right.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And because Kramnik is under a lot of heat at the moment, Abdusattorov doesn't want to confirm. So he keeps it a bit of a secret.
Wow.
But among the players, what I hear is that everyone's telling me, yes, they are working together.
Whoa. But right now, Abdusattorov hasn't qualified to the candidates.
Correct. Yeah, he had a very disappointing 2025. When you look at his games, it feels like it was related to stress, that he was nervous. And at the moment it was over, he played London and he did fantastically. And also here at Tata, he's playing very well again. Yeah, and he could very well be the champion here because he's always done well in Wijk, never won the tournament. So let's see, but maybe if Kramnik is working with him, that might start showing in his play in some way or the other, because there could be interesting stuff that they are working upon. F6 is a very cool move here, because if you go back rook g3, I'm wondering if you could at some point try to connect the rooks or just long castle like this. And maybe long castling for white is a bit risky, with the queen on e4. Yeah.
And
Although you almost lose that queen, eh? Bishop a5 followed by bishop d3.
ooh, nice, nice. So bishop a5, bishop d3 could really trap the queen. Very interesting position for sure. And Nodirbek is thinking carefully. This is a complex position. Let's quickly check the game of Hans Niemann versus Javokhir Sindarov. Some spicy encounters today. But the opening here has been very calm. Very, very equalish e4, e5.
Yesterday, Niemann played against Keymer, and it was also a Spanish, I think, or Italian type of position. And it's one that is analyzed to a position where on move 13, you're in neutral Zugzwang. And if you look at the top engine moves, then white should play king h1, black should play king h8.
Where? This is yesterday's game of?
Yeah.
Niemann and Keymer.
Against Keymer. So move 12, 13. What you see is that black plays bishop c8. This position is mutual Zugzwang. Why does he play bishop c8? Because he's doing nothing. The side that starts doing something will be worse.
No way.
So the top engine line here is that white should play king h1, black should play king h8, and then white should play king g1 and black should play king g8.
Okay.
Here you get some insights in top level chess, because Keymer counted on that Niemann would avoid this.
Yeah.
And if you avoid this, then you'll be in a worse position. So indeed, Niemann played a3 here, I think, and the engine shows immediately like minus 0.5. So it's a fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, maybe after repetition and then a3, right?
Yeah. So basically, it was a bit of bluff, but it worked really well.
Wow. That's a deep point, and I'm not so sure if... I'm pretty sure with a strong engine, d5 is perhaps quite okay for black.
Yeah.
But my weak engine here says that white can play here with bishop e3 and so on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's very good insight here, Mikkel. Going now to the game back here between Sindarov and Hans Niemann. This one is very even, maybe small edge for white because the d5 square is a bit weak. But we'll come back to this one.
Sorry to say, Sarah, but it feels to me like I've seen these type of positions already 100 times and they always end in a draw.
But maybe look, let's think about it like bishop g5, h6, I take, then I play maybe something like bishop d5, you take, I take, maybe something like this is what white dreams of, I guess.
And that's why I didn't interrupt you. I saw better moves, but I'm not going to interrupt in your dream.
Yeah, definitely there are many, many good moves and equalizing opportunities. Like first you can start with knight e6 here instead of h6. And it should be quite good for black. We I think have looked at all the games except the one with Fedoseev and Thai Dai won.
So I don't know if you guys were watching the camera from minute number 1, but Fedoseev was not in the playing hall. And this is very unusual. In the end, the arbiters went outside, and at that moment he arrived. This was about 10 minutes after the clocks had started. There is a rule that you forfeit the game if you're 30 minutes late. But apart from that, there's a very clear instruction from the organizers that players need to be there before the start of the round, also for press. Because many years ago I was here, and I won't mention his name, but we had a player who had enough of all the press, and he would always come in as exactly 10 minutes after the start of the round to avoid all the photographers.
Oh.
And then the organization made this change in the contract that it's not a heavy penalty, but it's like these kind of words. It's highly appreciated if you're there before the start of the round.
Wow, that's very nice. That's very nice. I hope that Fedoseev is doing fine here. In general, his tournament has been going really well. He uh, he has beaten Arjun. He has beaten Vincent. So he's beaten the two top highest rated players here. Is he here with his coach again this time, Roman Vidoniak?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Vidonjak has stayed back in Munich, in Germany.
But
But
I think
again,
Sindarov said he's here with his coach, and Sindarov also works with Roman. So maybe
exactly.
Javokhir
No,
is here.
but Sindarov works with it is David Parivian. I'm not sure as an opening coach, a good
No, but
friend of him.
that was Esipenko's coach, David Paravian, during the World
Oh,
Cup.
sorry, I'm mixing up. Yeah.
Sindarov was working with Madaminov, but
Yeah.
but I don't know if Madaminov is there.
I also don't know, but Vidonyuk is not normally the guy who works a lot on openings, I think, especially with Sindarov not. So with
Yeah.
Sindarov, last year, he had 7 training camps, each consisting of 2 weeks.
Wow.
And every day was the same. It was 8 hours of exercises.
That can be seen in his play now.
Yes and no. I mean, when you train so hard, it's a bit similar to what I would call the Rames method. And I think Rames is absolutely brilliant coach, and what he's done for Indian chess is unique. But you also see a kind of style, as in extremely strong calculators. And that's what I would expect with Sindarov after all the work. But actually, when you look at this tournament, he missed a direct win with a simple calculation against Giri twice. First in the opening, where he could simply take a pawn, and then the pawn endgame. Yesterday, he was completely winning. And was it against Aravindh? He could take a rook.
Pick up the rook.
And yes, it requires a calculation because you need to see a couple of checks. Yeah, you need to see that with the queen, you can go queen c8 check, and then queen c4 check, and then queen f1 check. And yes, I know he only had like 50 seconds, so you also need to do fast. But these are the kind of calculations they train on. So let's see.
Well, yeah, I think in general, this time factor really spoils everyone's party in chess. Everyone's very strong until you really feel the pressure.
Yes.
And that's why Magnus has been constantly talking about reducing time in chess to make it more like a sport, to make more mistakes happen. And right now, look at this. Jorden van Foreest has a very solid position, but Arvind is preparing for the move f5, but he has been stopped with bishop d3. Now, are you brave enough to play f5 and, let the bishop be lined up against the king? That's too much, I think.
I think so too.
Like if you play knight h4 and e4, then even a sacrifice here could just be completely bone crushing.
No. It feels like before pushing f5, I want to play a move like knight a c7 or something. And if white ever comes with b4, I can play b6. But at least let me get that knight back to the game.
And where? It's not coming back to great squares.
So I was even thinking about knight b8, knight d7.
Right. Knight b8, knight d7 as well. Oh, he goes bg4 here. He pins the knight. So Arvind trying to put some pressure on Jorden this way. King g2. Jorden is like, I'm just very confident about my position. I'm very happy. Let's go to the game of Anish versus Gukesh, because this might well be the world championship that you might be hoping for, Mikhil.
Oh, yes. Yes. and I don't think just me. I mean, you can ask the chat, but I think this must be fantastic, right? And then can we please hold it in India?
Yes. So that you can come to India, right? Have you ever been? I think you said you never been,
Yes.
right?
No, I've been. I've been there
for chess
before.
events.
No, no. I was there for work,
Yes.
and I visited a couple places like Mumbai and Chennai and Delhi and Jaipur. And I went to a wildlife park called Ranthambore to see the tigers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And I hope that, yeah, this happens. Anish, of course, a very good and close friend. But what do you think? Like, do you see him having realistic chances in the candidates? How do you assess it?
I think to make a proper assessment with Anish, we need to forget what we see in this tournament. I mean, this is not the real Anish. And
Oh.
I don't want to link it to the candidates completely, but the type of blunders he's making, yeah. I mean, against Pragg, he could just take a pawn, queen takes a3, and he would probably win that game, yeah. We've talked about the game he lost against Jorden was a horrible game. He could have lost against Sindarov. First he blunders a pawn, then he blunders the pawn end game. I think most of your viewers have been an Anish fan for a long time, and they don't recognize Anish. I think if you would give these games to people as a blindfold test, who is playing this, no one would say this is Anish. So my point is to assess Anish's chances. Let's forget what we see here, and let's take a little bit a longer view of 2025. And I think what we've seen is that Anish dropped a bit in rating initially. He was like number 18 in the world or something, and 2730. While before that he was always in the top 10. And I think he took that message to heart. So he made some changes. One of the things that I hear is that for the first time in his life, he's now every now and then going to the gym, which he never did before.
Wow.
So he drops off his son to the football, and then he goes to the gym, and then he picks up his son.
Wow.
So I think the way I've seen Anish evolve in 2025 makes me very hopeful. Yeah, I saw a very different Anish, a lot of beautiful wins in the Sicilian. Well, back in the days, Anish was known for short draws, yeah, and avoiding risks. To me, it feels like he's more relaxed, more humor, and his true personality that we've all seen in his interviews, I think is coming through more in his chess. So I'm very hopeful.
That's so well said. And I think Anish Giri, if he manages to find his form, he feels good. Anish is that kind of a person who wants his kind of rhythm to flow. That's why many times he also comes with his trainers. He likes to go on long walks before the game. He has these routines which I think many of the players have, but some more than the others. And
Yeah.
here, as Mikhil said, he's not looking in his top shape. But for the candidates, maybe Anish would be one of the favorites because maybe not in terms of, I don't know, strength or this, but experience wise, he is right up there. He's played already two candidates. He was fighting for the first place in one of them. So it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, I think in terms of experience, it's him or Fadi
Fabi.
Caruana. And
And
to me,
Hikaru is actually taking the candidates very seriously, actually. And that is very surprising for me because he is prioritizing that over everything else in his life right now.
yeah, but I'm not so surprised because Hikaru was a chess player. Then, in my view, he became a businessman, extremely successful. But now that that success is there, he's looking for new challenges in his life. It's like an early midlife crisis. Yeah. So I completely get it that he wants to give it his all. I think the challenge for Hikaru will be that if you remember him before he started his business, he was very nervous during games, and he felt the pressure of doing well. And then as he became successful in business, chess was like a number two, and that worked really well for him. It was more relaxed, feeling less pressure, and it was like, oh, if I only make a draw out of winning position, not a problem because I can go to my chat, I can go to my viewers, interact with them, have this fantastic community, and I get energy from that. Yeah, same as we all get in Chess Base India. You get energy from being together, talking about chess, and that's what Hikaru discovered, and fantastically. I think if he now goes to candidates and he kind of delegates his business to other people, I wonder how he's going to deal with the stress again.
Very interesting. Yeah, let's see. I mean, if he manages to break in there, and right now Anish is looking very good in his position against Gukesh. This seems like a position with no issues for black. Bishop b6, you get bishop to e6, maybe you kick the knight away. So a good one here for Anish Giri. Here's the question to you, Nikhil. What are your thoughts about the youngster here that we see on our screen?
Well, they're both still quite young, right?
Yes, but the little Faustino, the 12-year-old Messi of chess.
Yes. No, I mean, he's a lovely guy. He has a talent for the camera. Let's be clear. Yeah, he interacts well. He's funny, but he's also a brilliant chess player. And I think people should not rule him out, despite the fact that he lost yesterday, to win this event. I think what you typically see at that age, also a bit with Erdogmus in the A group, they take a lot of risks. They don't always know how to balance this yet. For that, you need a bit more experience. But in a way, they also don't feel the stress so much yet after a loss. And it's not like the world is gone. No, it's like, oh, tomorrow I play another game and I can win. Yeah. And Oro for me is the type of player who could simply here end with 4 out of 4. And if there's one thing that I learned in Tata is that it usually only gets decided in the final 4 rounds. Yeah, so much happens. It's such a long tournament. So yeah, no, but I mean, fantastic guy.
What a player he is. He's still looking for his final GM norm, but no one doubts his strength at this point. No one thinks that he's not GM strength. He is.
Oh, I think he's much stronger than that. I think the fact that in every tournament at the moment he gets a rating performance of over 2600 is the evidence.
Right. And his opponent, Vedant Panesar, who started off with a win against Eline Rubers, but then went on to lose 4 games in a row and then had a draw against one of the other leaders, Aydin Suleimanli. He is looking well prepped here. He played his knight to d5, and I think this is a stiff challenge for Faustino Oro because maybe Vedant is very well prepared today.
And not just today. In general, I've had the impression, to be honest, I didn't know him before the tournament.
But he won the amateur section last year.
Yeah, he won the qualifiers. That's what I thought.
Yes.
But yeah, I think he makes a media impression, easygoing guy and very well prepared, strong in his openings. I don't know how much time he spends on chess, but it feels like not something he did specifically for this tournament, but that he's been doing it for a long time already.
Yeah, he's surely a very strong player. He did not get his IM title because he wants to get directly his GM title, so he doesn't even apply for it, although he's achieved all the norms several times. And we could reach a position like this. That's what Faustino did. He took on d5 here, and ED, I think, is what Vedant will do. And then knight d5, attacking the bishop and the pawn, bishop a6, knight e3, queen e3, maybe rook b8. And in such a position, it's white who is definitely for choice, with the king, black king still in the center, and to castle king side is a bit risky.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for black at all.
Yeah, so Faustino has to be very careful here. Let's get back to the game between Erdogmus and Arjun. Oh my goodness. Look at what happened. F3, knight f2, queen c2. He gave a check. Arjun chopped off the bishop. Bishop takes. And rook d1. What a game we are having here. Wow. Do you think he'll go d4? I think d4 is a mistake, right? Because of c5 maybe.
Yes.
But it's still possible to play it this way. I defend it here. Maybe you
Queen
go queen
c4?
c4, attacking d4, and then knight a6 to attack c5. So
No, but I think it's if d4 drops, then e3 also drops, right?
yes. Bishop c5, maybe bishop e3 and long castle.
Knight
Knight
c2,
c2, rook e8, and black
king
has
f2.
some compensation perhaps. But yeah, you're right. Maybe it's not so easy to assess this position. It looks fine for white. Pawn up.
Yeah. Yeah, the question I think out of the opening is whether it's fine for white or whether Arjun can claim a clear advantage. And it's probably somewhere in between. Black does have a pair of bishops, so that's a structural thing that even if he were to lose a pawn later on, he may still get some compensation, especially if it's the pawn on e3, like the line you just showed. The pawn on e2 can often be a bit weak. But it's a very original play by Erdogmus. And once again, I think it shows his maturity.
Yes. And there we see Yas Kaan Erdogmus. He's thinking Arjun, as always, doing his 10,000 steps there. Let's have a look at the environment of the playing hall. It's a very cool playing hall. This time, what I saw, Mikhail, is that there's less space, yeah, like for the masters, because the challengers have been shifted to the other side. Any particular reason why that happened?
Well, I think the main change is that eh, last year and the previous years, next to the Masters, you had a row of the challenges. And now that is no longer the case. The audience is much close to the big Masters.
Right.
So I think it's a very nice improvement for the audience.
Ah. Mm.
And also, in the previous years, there used to be like a plastic screen in between. That is gone.
Yes.
I think they did that because they were afraid some protesters would maybe throw with paint. I think with all the new security measures, that risk has been reduced a lot. So no bags allowed, for example, in the playing hall, even if you're a spectator. No mobile phones, etc. They're very strict and there's a lot of security. But then the advantage is that you get very close to the players, and the players have well, I don't want to say complaint, but they do notice that the audience is sometimes making some noise, especially when it gets crowded, like in the weekend and the final rounds. There might be a lot of noise, but in a way, it's also nice to have chess back as a spectator sport. I mean,
Yes.
sometimes we have these tournaments where, say, the top four of the world is playing, and they're like there's not even room for spectators. They're not even allowed in. Everything is online. I think the special Tata vibe. You've seen it yourself, Saga, last year.
Yes.
It's a unique one. The whole village breathes chess.
Absolutely. And this year I can see more spectators. I think it's because of this change that they can see the masters up close. More people are turning up.
Yeah.
And by the way, the guy whom you just see in the back behind Erdogmus is wearing a Chess Base India t-shirt there. No draw. It's one of our t-shirts there. So nice to see that.
I would say that if he responds within 10 minutes on the chat, he gets another shirt.
Yeah, maybe you will meet him there and you will see him. But Wow, this is very cool. This game, I think Erdogmus will get under some time trouble. He always thinks a lot, but he could start pushing his pawn down the board at some point, h5, h4, and we will see some action here. He is, by the way, do you know who is his trainer, Mikhil?
No, I don't.
Erdogmus's trainer. It's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
So you can sense a bit of his style in his play, yeah, like the dynamic, the aggressive style.
Yes.
Okay.
I want that's probably the first time Mamedyarov is working as a trainer, right?
Yeah, I think Mamedyarov is in general quite ambitious about his chess still. But
Yeah.
with Kaan, maybe he sees it. It's not just one way thing where he's teaching. He's also learning from him being so strong. Yeah, like Yaz. I think it's also what Vishy Anand is doing recently with the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, while he is providing invaluable insights to the youngsters. The youngsters also keep his chess level quite high, and we are seeing Vishy doing quite well wherever he plays.
It's unbelievable at his age, the kind of achievements, the performances, but also not just that. If you start analyzing his games, not just with an engine, but with a board and pieces, and you go, it's still pieces of art. Yeah, it's beautiful moves that Vishy makes.
Yes. Purely based on a lot of class. You never see, you rarely see Vishy's pieces misplaced. And I'm so surprised, by the way, Mikhil, that Bluebaum hasn't yet played his move. It's close to 38 minutes. He's still thinking whether to play h6, g6, knight f6. He's not playing.
So, Sarah, let's assume you would have a chess coach. What would the chess coach say to you if you were think that long?
I think my chess coach would say, like, what's wrong with you? You can't think more than 20 minutes.
Exactly, because the longer you think, you will always make a bad move.
But I think it's easier said than done, right? Like when you're at the board, you just can't figure out what's better. You're seeing something wrong with one of your lines. You want to fix it, and you just can't make the move.
But it's usually also a sign of low self-confidence.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're confident, you play a bit quicker.
True.
And you dare to rely on your intuition, and you don't need to calculate everything. If you have low self-confidence, maybe because he missed so many wins yesterday, then you tend to go over the same kind of calculations over and over and over.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what's happening here for Bluebaum here. He's now spent close to 40 minutes. Meanwhile, going quickly to the Arvind.
What's going on?
Whoa! The king is out for a walk here. King g2, queen d7, queen came to c2, and Arvind was like, this king I'm going to hunt now with queen h3. But Jorden, look at this beautiful move. He goes bishop f1. He's ready to sack a pawn here with queen takes h2. And I guess what he wants to do, Mikhil, is not go bg2, but in fact come bishop d3 back so that the rooks can take the h file. So let's say f5, ef. And now there's rook h1 trapping the queen. So maybe check, king g2, gf, and this is already game over here.
Yeah.
Look at this. So what a creative idea, yeah? This bishop f1 to d3. Like this bishop is like this piece who has not found its calling in life. So it's kind of dilly-dallying between e2 and d3 and f1, but doing some incredible work.
Yeah, but I think Black will has a chance to bail out here, right? Queen d7 and
But queen d7, bishop, king g2 is like really nice position, right, for white?
Yes, absolutely.
I think Arvind would never ever want to do that. Like he's right now calculating Queen H2 and trying to make it work.
Yes. No, of course, you want to sacrifice your queen and win with some checks, but it's difficult with a knight on a6, a knight on e8, and a bishop g7. They're not doing anything at the moment. I think Jordan will feel great at the moment.
Jorden is looking very confident. Can you tell us a bit about Jorden, Mikil? Because we all know him as a creative genius and so on, but he's from Netherlands. Maybe you have a bit more knowledge about him. Any stories or anything about Jorden that you can share?
Well, I think Jordan is a gentleman, and he comes from a chess family. I think his sister Machteld is playing the qualifiers. She's the best friend of Eline Rubers. And their boards are very close to each other today, so that's quite nice. And also when Elina was a bit depressed earlier this tournament, I tried to cheer her up, and she said, "Yeah, Machteld is coming tomorrow," so that's quite nice. Um, and at some point, the family is from the north of the Netherlands, where the famous place Groningen, where we used to have many strong chess tournaments. And at some point, Jordan moved out, and I think nowadays he's living in Spain, part of the year or a big part of the year. And Jordan, of course, had a fantastic run and won Tata here. But after that, his results dropped for quite a long time. And his rating has been, yeah, I think for more than a year now, going between, say, 2690 and 2705, something like that. Very small range. Every time hitting 2700 and then dropping back a little bit. And it's very difficult to pinpoint why he's not getting a lot higher. He worked for Magnus for a short while, and maybe that pushed him in the right direction and helped him a lot. And maybe that's one of the reasons why he dropped later on. Could be. It's hard to say. But yeah, he sometimes has this flaw that he makes blunders, that he has silly oversights. But so far, this tournament was going great until yesterday, when again he made this blunder, King e7. But he strikes me as a person with more self-confidence than, say, a year ago.
Maybe he's now taking chess also very seriously, and he is back into 2700. I have a feeling that for him this tournament is really important. You can look at him there; he's completely focused, and this game could be very important one for him. Meanwhile, for Arvind, also this tournament is so critical because 2025 he reached 2750. And everyone thought like Arvind is going to just completely crush it, like he won the Pragg, he won Stepan Avagian, he was on a roll, but then the second half turned out to be not at all ideal for him. He's now down to 2700. He lost 50 elo points. So it's actually a game between these two players who have so much potential in them, but are not kind of fulfilling it.
But I'm gonna say something dangerous. I have the idea that Aravind at the moment is on the going in the wrong way. So what I see with him happening is a fantastic talent, and he achieved 2750, and then people took him more serious, and that made a difference. As a result, it was harder for him to make points, and he lost a game here and there. That can happen. And maybe he could have settled on 2730 or 2720 and continue working hard, etc. My impression, but I might be wrong here, so I need to be careful, is that actually what he changed after he dropped 10 or 20 points is that he was taking even more risk in his games. And I think that is not working. So he needs to rebalance and refine himself, maybe even not play for a while and do a lot of hard training work, and then come back with a slightly lower risk appetite, because clearly he has all the capabilities.
How easy it is for players to actually stop playing when they keep getting invitations. It's not easy actually. because
It's
this is what
extremely difficult.
this is what they have trained for. It's like maybe the most important years of his professional career, to kind of take a break and train. It could be a very, very good decision, but it's difficult to take it.
It's very difficult because if you just think one aspect, if I take the aspect from money, yeah,
Yes.
it's almost a double whammy because first of all, you give up what you earn in the tournaments, starting fee, prize money, and on top of that, so you not only give it up, you also have to spend more money on your trainer. So it's very difficult.
It's actually, you need a very solid sponsor for that. Otherwise, it's not easy.
Well,
But in Arvind's case, he is backed by someone who loves chess very deeply. So that's good news for him.
yeah, but even then, it's hard. And the other part that makes it hard is that most of these players enjoy playing a lot more than training. I mean, to be honest, I mean, doing exercises 8, 9 hours a day, yeah, it's not so much fun as being here at Tata and playing a tournament. Yeah, competing is a lot more fun.
That's a very interesting point that you mentioned. But Arvind's coach, by the way, is Ramesh. And maybe he would also be looking at this carefully, because Ramesh is known for sort of, helping Pragg through his tough time in 2024 after the candidates, and then turning things around in 25, making it to the candidates again. And perhaps it can help Arvind as well.
Yes, although I don't have the insights, maybe you do, Saga. I would assume that Ramesh is extremely busy with prep for the candidates.
Yes.
So Vasyali and Pragg, yeah.
It could also
Pragg,
be that Arvind could be part of the team, for preparation. It's
exactly.
not sure, but yeah, I mean, he could be very busy with prep. Also, he has this huge initiative that's happening in Chennai. It's called Chola Chess, where
Yeah.
free training is being offered to the top youngsters of Indian chess and top players. So he's been doing some lot of work for that.
Yeah. So in that sense, Aravind's own play and getting the right coach, yeah, maybe he needs more help, who knows? Or maybe it will come after the candidates. I've heard already from some players that I cannot reveal their names. They are already working on opening prep for the candidates.
Oh,
It's all on
wow.
all on a remote basis, but yeah.
Wow, Mikhil, you have some deep insights, yeah, and maybe we will only get to know after the candidates is done who they are.
Yes, yes. But of course, the difference is that back in the old days, if you knew the player who was helping, you would say, oh, this is a specialist in the Slav, so he will probably play the Slav. Nowadays, any grandmaster can deal with the engine. And, by the way, Bluebaum did not allow mating one.
And the wonderful thing is that although he thought for like a massive 40 minutes, is it? He was at 145, so 50 minutes, maybe the longest thing of the tournament. He found the best move, which is actually.
There was someone who fought for 58 minutes. I forgot who it was, but I saw him
Okay.
before. Yeah.
So maybe the second longest thing here, and
Yeah.
definitely a good move played by him. And now Pragg, he has to find a good follow up here. What should he do in order to put pressure? One move that comes to mind is Bishop B5, but then there is this move Knight F6 here, which is why you may want to think what is a good idea here. A slightly aggressive move, guys, a slightly counterintuitive move. Can you find it? What should white play here? I mean, it's not a better move or anything, the position remains equal, but just something unpredictable. What can you do here with white to really make Bluebaum think another 30-40 minutes? Wow, our chat is so strong. It's incredible that they were able to find this move so quickly. Mikhil, did you try to think what would you do here?
No, I would probably play Rook FC1 very quickly.
That's a good move. That's a great move. But look at this. D5 is the answer by Savage Kid, Krishna Manurkar, HSNL ma'am, Anu Dravid, Rangini Sa, Magnus the Goat, YT Beast, Swapnil Vaichale. Well done, guys. D5, although it's not at all easy to even understand why to make this move.
I just like to say that D5 is like the trademark move of Garry Kasparov.
Right.
I mean, he used to play these type of moves. He used to play these Queen's Indian lines with A3. Here you also have the pawn on A3. And then maybe the pawn on E3 would be on E4. And then he would sacrifice a pawn on D5 and open all the lines towards the king.
Like this famous game with Najdorf, right?
Yeah.
And here this move E4. And then if you go back, let's say bishop B7, for example. Now suddenly, with your bishop and queen looking here, things can get very nasty. So, very interesting here stuff that can happen.
But I think after such a long think by your opponent, you also need some time to find back your rhythm. I mean, Pragg has been walking around almost like he's Arjun. Yeah, one step after another. But
that's a very nice point that you mentioned, that when an opponent thinks for a long time, you need to get your rhythm, because many times I've seen that when one player thinks for a long time, the opponent kind of mirrors it. And I've never really understood why this happens. Like, why do we... Maybe it's just that the long think also affected the rhythm of the other player.
Well, that and you know that you're not supposed to think long, but if your opponent does it, it feels like a justification that the position is really difficult.
Okay, and so while we wait for this one, let's quickly check the leaders encounter between Vincent Keymer and Nodirbek Abdusattorov and see what's happening here. Wow, a very I mean, we actually saw it till here. This was already, and after that only two moves have been played: BD2, Bishop E7 and Queen G6. So not much has happened here.
Am I the only one who has the impression that this is chess from another planet?
Why would you say that?
It's such an unusual position. That rook on h5 and the g-pawn's gone. I find it very hard to play these positions well.
It's like freestyle chess.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Do you follow freestyle chess, Mikhil, or do you see the games?
Not really. No, I tried, but I'm a classical fan. I love classical chess. I don't believe in people who say classical chess is dead. I think it's still fantastic, the developments. Lots of mistakes are being made. You also see that in this tournament. For me, in classical chess, it's easy to understand the concepts and to recognize things and to relate to what I've seen earlier. In freestyle, every time it feels so unusual.
By the way, Jorden kind of made Arvind go back with his queen, which is actually a big victory for him. King drop back and h5. And yes, Arvind is trying for... Okay, let me ask a question to our viewers. Let's see how many of you can get it. White to play. What do you play? A move here. There is... And I'll give you a small hint. It's prophylaxis. Look at what Arvind played the last move and try to play against it if you can. White to play. What is Arvind's idea? and try to stop it. Okay, some of you want to stop. You think that his idea is h4 as black, so you want to play h4 as white to stop it. That's interesting. But there's something that he wants to do. Think about which is Arvind's worst placed piece. And actually, no one in the chat has found that. Maybe Mikhil, you want to try white to play.
Well, it's a very complex position because there are different ways that you can approach. So you could say with white that one of the things black may want to do is play bishop h6.
Yes.
To exchange of those bishops. But you could also say that is gonna cost maybe another 2 tempi for black because the king is also in the wrong position, and that you wanna tempt black to do that so that you can make use of the speed in the position and the misplaced knight on a6. So then you're gonna start looking at plans with b4 and maybe sacrifice a pawn there to open the position and say, well, if black is so misplaced, yeah, then maybe I can make use of that. So it's not an easy position, but it feels to me like with white you start looking for speeding up the game, for grabbing the initiative.
Right. And so maybe this idea with queen c1, which I thought might be a very smart move, stopping bishop h6, may not be the only way to play according to you.
Yeah, I think you can look at things like rook b1. You can look at sacrifice, yeah, and then maybe take on h6 and play b4. And then next move knight a4 maybe, and yeah. But the question is, are you actually achieving something, or are you not achieving anything at all?
Right.
Because if black has a kind of fortress on that queen side after say b6, yeah, then you're doing it for nothing. But the other way to normally play these type of positions, if you go back, Saga, is that instead of rook b1 and instead of even queen c1, you can say, I'm gonna play f4 at some point with white.
Right.
Yeah? And the idea is that if you ever take, I'm gonna take back with maybe even with the g pawn sometimes, and then play e4, e5. But there's queen g4 check maybe again. Yeah, could be difficult. So you feel like with white that you want to open that position because the black, but there's not a good way yet.
Right, very well said. And so actually a tough decision for Jorden what to do something active or to stop opponent's plan. Meanwhile, in the game of Praggnanandhaa versus Bluebaum, Pragg has made his move, and look at this. Wow. Pragg going for it. He plays the move d5. Maybe the most exciting game today.
Yes. And this is also very much a Pragg style, I would say, this type of.
Okay, I have a very simple question for our viewers now. If pawn takes pawn, guys, what do you do here? It's a simple double attack. I would love if around 30 of you are able to find this move. Not just a few. Go for it. But amazing stuff by Praggnanandhaa. He is actually putting serious pressure on Bluebaum. And I think for Pragg, this could be a possibility to get his first win of the tournament. And he would be quite happy. By the way, don't forget, he is the defending champion of the tournament. And I think, Mikhil, we have close to 22 people. Benjamin, Yuvraj, Sarangan, It's Dark, Mrutyunjay, Nature, Supreme Roy, Mohammad, Swapnil and Govinda. Well done, guys. Queen f5 is a great move.
I have the impression, Saka, some people were not paying attention. I had expected a lot more answers.
Yeah, I'm also actually, but the thing is, one thing which I see is that the number of wrong answers have gone down drastically. So it's like
Yeah.
everyone's just giving right answers.
No, I think people were getting a cup of tea or something.
Yeah. And also, like, many people say, like, oh, we are watching this stream not like with our full attention. Yeah, some people are driving, some are. It's a good question, guys. What are you doing while watching this? Is there something else that you are doing? Because some are studying, and it's like trying to balance both. Why not Queen G4? Says Suyash. Oh, that's a good question, Suyash. Queen G4, the only problem is Knight E5 attacks the Queen. And that's the reason why Queen F5 was better. And now even if you take the Queen, he'll take your Queen. Okay, so we have... These are the answers that we have here, Mikil. Studying, shopping, studying for exam, playing snooker, eating, drawing, watching cricket, brushing, sleeping, sleeping, solving math, practicing guitar. I am watching this exclusively, says Ramki Cool. Arey, nice one.
I think he gets it.
Cooking my dinner. Okay, there's so many interesting things that people are up to. And I think many people also, I think I've seen Mikil, one of the very interesting things is sometimes I meet a few people in tournaments and they say, like, I was in school and now I've just graduated. And that's when I realized that it's been 7-8 years since I've been streaming. So it's possible for people to actually finish their bit of education and move on. So that's very cool.
So, remember, Saga, last year, I think this was maybe after the final episode, there was an old school friend who reached out to me. He said that he was watching this live stream from the Netherlands.
Oh, wow.
And he had not seen me since we were 10 years old. So this is like 40 years ago. And he has a small YouTube channel where he reposts things from others. So I reached out to him. I wanted to hear how he was doing. Unfortunately, I haven't heard back from him. But it was really special to hear that he's alive and he's doing well.
So nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found streaming to be a wonderful place where every day something quite unique happens. And while I do miss being in Wijk, I'm very glad that we have these footages which gives us this feel. And today you've joined all the way from there. And I can say I always remember you being right outside the playing hall in that media room, analyzing games and the players coming out and using your laptop to
Yes.
to know what's happening.
I'm still doing that. And this year, the players and I have agreed that the only reason we could come up with for all the blunders is the fact that you're not here.
I do miss Wijk. In fact, one of my great memories of Wijk was on the rest day playing some sport with Gukesh last year, and this year I couldn't do that. And so there were a few things that I missed dearly. Also, the walk from my hotel to the playing hall. And is it very cold this time than last year? Colder?
Yeah, it's getting colder. So
is it raining as well?
I mean, very cold depends on where in India you live, but to be exact, today is +4 Celsius.
4, okay. 4 is not bad. And is it raining?
No, it is sunny. It's sunny and it's weekend, so the school kids have a free day. So the tournament hall, the spectators, is full with school kids today.
Right. Amazing, Mikil. I'm glad, and if whenever you have something to do, or please feel free. I'm enjoying your company, but whenever you have to go back and start analyzing or anything, please let me know. I mean,
Then I will let you know, but I'm gonna hang around a little bit longer
okay.
because just like you, Saga, I enjoy the chess community.
Mm.
I like the fact that that I'm engaging with people who are actually sleeping. Yeah,
Or cooking or eating.
it's fantastic. Yeah, and yes, I take it serious so I prepared a little bit thinking about what am I picking up during the tournament. Talking to the trainers yesterday, I talked to Anish Giri's trainer, Jan Smeets, a GM from the Netherlands, and then I ask already some questions that I think for the Indian audience might be interesting. And Saga, if people ever have questions in the future, they can always reach me on Twitter or X or email me. Anything's possible.
Yes.
Yeah, I love the community. I call it the community of nerds. We all love chess.
Yes, and in fact, Mikhail has been extremely kind, apart from the fact that he always asks, is there any way he can help us to spread more chess? He also had contributed to Help Chess last year. If you remember, it was on my birthday that you actually,
Yeah,
gave, it was 500 euros, I think, which was
yeah.
incredible. And I'm so grateful that you did that. So very nice. It was great that we met, and it's great that you joined us today.
And I bought you a traditional cake, huh? Remember
Yes,
that we
yes,
sang to you
yes.
the birthday song in the traditional cake in the press room?
Yes, I remember it. It was amazing. And the press room was kind of decorated. So these little acts of, these thoughtful gestures from you and the organizers were very, very memorable for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so while we see this one where Matthias again sinks into what could be a long thing, he's at 43 minutes right now. I want to draw our attention to the game between Anish Giri and Gukesh here, and we also have Amruta. Amruta, do you want to say hi to Mikhil? Just she's having her dinner right now. She'll be joining us soon, but
Ah, that's
Amruta
great.
is one more person who's having her dinner and watching this. So
Hi, Amruta. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Great to see you.
Yes, same here. Are you having a good time?
It's okay. I miss you guys.
Yeah, I think this time is not in Wijk. I think last year he had a lot of fun with you all over there. But this
Yeah,
time I'm having fun with him being besides me.
yeah. I proposed to the organizers to move this tournament to July so you both can come and there's better weather.
Oh, thank you. Then for sure we will come. Oh, that's a nice one.
yeah, Amruta doesn't like the cold at all. She really finds it tough wherever it gets cold. So right now it's quite good in Mumbai. It's like 24, 25 degrees. So it's a
Yeah.
nice weather for her.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, this is what happened in the Gukesh Anish game. Gukesh rerouted his bishop from c1 to d2 to b4, and Anish pushed his pawn forward to a4, trying to clamp down the structure. And after knight c5, we reach a position where
Can we
Gukesh,
go back 2 moves, Sarah?
yeah,
I was about to say that bishop on b6 looks a bit like a bad piece. Yeah, so I don't know if White had to play knight c5, but in a way, I think Anish is happy to swap it off, his bishop.
And also Gukesh can be slightly happy that he now has the bishop pair. Although, if black gets like something like this pressure on e2, the rook, by the way, a very creative way of swinging it could be this way from a5 to, I don't know, e5 maybe. This bishop could always be blunted a bit by the move c6. So black looks fine.
Yeah, what is the plan? Because the knight will also jump to d5 whenever the bishop on c5 has to move,
Yeah.
and e2 definitely under pressure. But where do you take a pawn break?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy for white to make pawn breaks here. But also for black, it's not so simple. Like if you play c6, suddenly maybe that pawn break which you are talking about, Amrita, is b3. Because then I do get some pressure on b7.
So if
Okay,
you're b3, sorry, go on.
but instead of b3,
Yes.
the first question is, what do you do after queen c4?
Attacking the d4 pawn, but I have knight f5. That's the point.
But I can attack you again, maybe with bishop e4.
Yes, because e2 is also hanging, so bishop e4 here. And now you threaten to take perhaps and then take here. Interesting.
Opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, not so simple, although I must agree this position is a bit complex here with the d4 pawn being a bit weak.
I mean, it's basically the pawn on d4 is weak versus the pawn on e2. And in some lines, the pawn on b7 and the pawn on a4. So I would give a very slight preference to white. But yeah, these super guys probably will find a way to play it very precisely. But that's what this requires, I would say.
Right. By the way, Amrita, I want to give you a very quick roundup of all that's happening, because you might have missed all the action, and we've been having amazing insights from Mikhail on all the games. First one that I want to show you is Erdogmus versus Arjun, and look at this crazy position that we have, and it's happening. Mikhail, this d4, c5, queen d8, queen c4, knight a6 is on the board.
We were looking at this.
Yeah, maybe the entire line that we looked at. Look at this, Amrita.
The pawns on e3, d4. You're losing something.
Yeah, you lose here, you take here. Then we looked at long castle, knight c2, rook e8, king f2, and we thought, oh, this is crazy. This may not happen. But now it could happen. And this move, knight b4, is what we did not look at, because c2 is under pressure.
Yeah, now you need to play knight ba3, yeah?
Yeah, you take this, and then I take, boom, take
rook
here.
e8, knight c4, b5.
And yeah, rook e8 looks like the move, but
d4,
then you have
d4.
d4, yeah. So that doesn't work.
Yeah,
So?
and on knight d5, I have knight c2.
Yes. Also d4, yeah, knight c2.
Wait, what's the move then?
It's not so simple. I don't even understand. The engine shouts some crazy line, crazy move, which I don't even understand here.
Can we guess? Chat. Let's try to find it out.
It's impossible.
Nothing is impossible, Sagar, in life. Guys, in the meantime, I'm having my dinner, and a question to all of you. What are you having for dinner today? Mikhail, what did you have for dinner?
My dinner is gonna be late. I normally stay here till about 8 p.m. And then I drive home. And tonight I have some chicken with rice and veggies.
Oh, already planned. Nice.
Yeah.
By the way, people can. Are you writing for the Week in Chess as well?
Yes.
Can they find your reports there?
Yeah, they can find it on the Week in Chess. Mark Crowder round reports. Yeah, with game analysis.
Wow. So guys, if you want to check that out, go to theweekinchess.com, one of the oldest and most amazing websites in the world of chess, where you get these very nice reports, PGN files, CBH files of games, and there you will find annotations from Mikhail and insights.
Wow. What's the move, Sagar, over here? Because
bishop e6. For me, it seems like completely crazy to make a move like this.
Yeah, no one found it. What is the idea here? Even I don't get it yet.
I guess it's to stop some knight c4 business. It's not so simple to even understand. That's why I said it's difficult.
Not at all a human move.
So that's why it's difficult for Kaan to actually go into this line as black. You know, for Arjun, it might be more easy to take this pawn and take this pawn and then say that, okay, I'm doing well. So Yeah, tough one. Oh, by the way, Matthias has just made a move. I'm very keen and curious on that game. He goes queen d8. Oh my goodness. This guy is playing like a machine. Matthias, good move.
Pressure on Pragg, yeah? But I like Pragg's pieces. The bishop on d3, the queen on h5, the rook on c7. This should be better for white. So tell me
No,
why
he's
is
pawn
it
down.
not?
He's a pawn down.
Ah,
But it's not a big pawn. And by the way, the thing is, look at these two bishops lined up this way. The only question is, do you kind of sack your rook here? Do you bring it back? I'm very tempted to swing it over.
great idea then.
Although after
I
rook
would
c4,
I would play rook fc1.
you would just play a simple move. But then, Mikhail, you have to be careful about the knight jumping and kind of disconnecting stuff. Oh, this
I
is
was
a
about to
blunder.
say now I need to start looking for mate. Maybe the chat has an idea.
Okay,
Where's the
guys,
mate?
where is the checkmate? What's the move? And the small hint to all of you is remember Gary Kasparov, because he would play such moves.
Oh, we have Suyash in the chat who says, Hoy Mikhail, goed de midag, hoy gaat het met you. Okay, maybe it's in Dutch
Dutch.
language. Ik woon in Netherlands. Ik studeer Netherlands sinds 2 jaar. I don't think I read it properly.
He's studying.
So what
in
he was saying
Netherlands.
is that he lives in the Netherlands and he studies here since 2 years.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So Amruta, great pronunciation because I got what you were saying in Dutch.
I tried.
Okay, the move here that we were looking for, and let's see if our chat got it right, is, let's see, bishop d4. Okay, guys, that's not a great idea. But is there anyone who
But
wants
lot
to...
of candidate moves,
Yeah.
because it seems the position was very confusing for everybody.
That's the reason why there are so many moves, but no one actually found the move that we were looking for. It's bishop takes g7. Boom.
With the idea that after the king takes, you have queen g6.
Wow. So good.
Because of the...
By the way, disclaimer, audience, I don't have an engine, so
Yes.
I might make mistakes.
No, and that's why it's amazing to get your insights here. We are not looking for accuracy, but just you giving us these very human insights.
I mean, we are not looking for you to make mistakes, but it will happen.
Okay, rook f c1, maybe bishop d5 is the problem. Not knight c5, but bishop d5. And then it has to be justified for Pragg to be giving up another pawn. By the way, guys, look at how this game could get really crazy. Yeah, if Pragg goes d takes e6, now you must take the rook, otherwise you are busted. If you take f e6,
Queen g6.
Yeah, bishop g7, queen g6, everything is like going. So you go here, he takes the rook. Queen f5, threatening a mate here.
F e6.
Only move, no, if you play f e6, then check, and then g7 falls. So the only move here is g6. Okay, let's see.
Okay.
Check, king f7.
Bishop g6.
I can take this.
Oh, bg7 is the last move. I mean, queen g7 and bg6
But
come
this
to
is
the mind.
this is really dangerous now, Amruta, with checks coming in, with bishop moving back.
You know, such calculations you can't leave in the middle because you've given a rook.
I know.
So normally, what is the end here is my question.
The end is that you are at least going to get back your material, but with interest. Like check, king e7, bishop f8, check, double check. And then if you take with the king, queen f7 is a mate. So all these problems here. So actually the point is, after queen c7, queen f5, you have to play the move g6. And then I take on f7. You have to take rook f7, otherwise you are anyway mated. Queen g6, king f8, takes here,
king e7,
king e7.
queen g.
And now how to assess such a position?
Oh my god.
This looks like a Rames exercise.
Pragg feels at home right now.
Rames has written this fantastic book. I think it's a bit underestimated on calculation. And the very first position I did out of that book, I think it took me already like 5 hours of calculation. And then after 5 hours calculation, I thought, yeah, this must be it. And I opened the solution, and on move two, I got it wrong.
How did you feel about your 5 hours?
Wow, that's
Yeah.
quite an effort that you put, Mikil. Do you read a lot of books, chess books?
Yes, I really enjoy reading chess books. Although I have to say that lately, a lot of chess books feel to me like they're engine generated. And what I mean with that is that the author looks at the games played, and when the engine points out that there's, say, +2 or +3 point difference, they put a diagram in the book and they say, now you need to solve it. And I don't find this very human, because we all make certain mistakes. Some positions are way too difficult for a human to solve. So the fact that the engine shows that Abdusattorov made a mistake, then to write in a book, oh, how could he miss this? Yeah. Well, you actually start looking at it and you say, yeah, but this is incredibly difficult. So that's what I miss in books. And also sometimes I miss the link to building a skill. So it's easy to point out something like, oh, he did not use all his pieces in the attack. Yeah, I know. But was it possible? Yeah. Sometimes you need to leave a piece behind, like in the Aravindh game. His knight on a6 may look stupid, but it does stop most of White's play on the queen side. Yeah.
Actually, but you know,
Why didn't-
Mikil, I have a counterpoint to this, which is that
Yeah.
chess nowadays is changing so much. Like today, I just did an interview with India's 92nd GM, like the latest one. His name is Aryan. He's 20 years old, and like he showed 7 games, and it was pure calculation, like one variation after another. At some point, I was thinking like I was talking to an engine. Like he was just brute force working through one line after another, and to me, it seemed like maybe this way. And he had read no books, no chess books ever, and he became a grandmaster. So I don't know if chess is changing, yeah, like in a big way.
Maybe, but this is what we discussed an hour ago, Sarah. I call this the Rames method. Rames is very good in calculation exercises that are also instructive. And I really think that it's not just the students that he taught directly, but he has introduced like a teaching method in Indian chess. And you see now a lot of strong Indian players who are brilliant in calculation.
But it's happening, Mikil. This variation, the Ramesh method, is on the board.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Okay, guys, fasten your
Rook
seatbelts
sack.
now.
It's like Array Rook. You all remember that one.
Yeah,
So,
he sacrificed a rook. Praggnanandhaa here. Amruta,
Maza arrived.
go and refill
I
your
am, yes,
dish
guys.
so that you can continue
I'm
your
having
dinner.
thepla.
Oh, thepla is a very famous Indian dish, Mikil. Someday when you will come to India, we will treat you to thepla.
Okay,
Yes.
deal.
Okay, d6, queen c7, and Pragg. Of course, when you say A, you must say B. Now, queen f5 has to be played. You know, every day, Mikil, we have Soumya Swaminathan who joins us. She's an IM. She has played in Vaikanze before in the C group. And by the way, queen f5 on the board. And today she told us like she has to go to Chennai because she is going to Chola Chess for a training camp. And you know, you were able to join in, so it's amazing. And while we do miss Soumya, it's been amazing to have you.
It's probably big shoes to fill, but I'm doing the best I can. I do wonder, and I will ask the organizers. I was missing a little bit this year Indian female representation here in Wijk aan Zee. And I know Vaishali is working hard on the candidates, but there's so much more female talent in India
Yes.
that I hope next year, and it doesn't have to be in the challenges, yeah? It can be in the qualifiers, it can be in Group 1, Group 2, but I hope to see a bit more.
There's this young girl. Her name is Charvi. She's just 11 years old and she's 2270. So I think
Oh,
she
wow.
might very soon reach to come there. Very
Yeah,
talented young girl. Of course, Divya played there last year, but she's also
yeah,
preparing for the candidates now. There's
yeah.
Vantika, who's a strong player. Maybe someday she'll make it. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we are missing some Indian players in the challenges. There's only one, Vedant, this year. And by the way, just I'm very curious, what is Vedant up to against Faustino Oro? Because and there you see them. Have things changed? Oh, what we analyzed actually did happen, guys. Just getting this here. So King B1, we saw this knight d5 move, takes, knight d5, bishop a6, knight e3, queen e3, rook b8, rook h e1, and queen b6. So Vedant definitely better here. Faustino's king slightly in the center. A move like queen e2 will keep white's edge in the position.
Can you castle here with black?
Yeah, you could castle, and it's maybe the best move here, Mikhail. Maybe I come back, and I do have some chances to push, perhaps. Although, I mean, for a human eye, even the pressure down the a file could look quite dangerous.
Yeah.
So a sharp, complex game, and coming back to this queen f5 move, I think very important now for Matthias Bluebaum to play g6. And you know what I find very interesting about Pragg's play here? He has chosen a very good moment to do this because Matthias thought a lot for one of his moves, right? So he will face time trouble at some point.
Yeah. Hey, Saga, can I do a request? I want to look at the game of Carissa Yip and tell a little story.
Okay, Carissa Yip versus Erwin Lamy today. And Carissa, by the way, is playing so well in this tournament. She just lost yesterday to Andy Woodward, but look at this. She beat Max Warmerdam, Marc-Andrea Morizzi, and she lost to Marc-Andrea, but she beat Max Warmerdam, Vedant Panesar, and Vladimir Ivic. So she's playing really well.
So yesterday she was very close to drawing Andy Woodward, and if she would have made a draw, it would probably mean a GM norm over 9 rounds. Although we haven't played 9 rounds yet, but her performance rating would have been around 2700, maybe a little bit.
Wow.
And I think it might be her final GM norm, but I'm not sure. And it would have been very impressive. And for the people who were following that game, she was in quite some trouble early on in the middle game, but she stood firm, really firm, and she kept defending. I talked to Andy afterwards, and he said it was unbelievable. He thought he would easily win, and all he got was a queen endgame, a pawn up, which was a complete draw. And with very little time on the clock, this was purely playing on increment, and they both had 2-3 minutes left. He kept trying and trying. And his king was on g8 and walked all the way to b8, and she was holding checks, and it was absolutely going nowhere. And we checked the 50 move rule, and they had made 48 moves. And then she played the wrong king move, and he played a pawn sacrifice, which objectively was not even winning. But after that, with little time on the clock, it was almost impossible to hold it. And indeed, 5-6 moves later, she had to resign. And of course, she was devastated when she left. And everyone who knows Carissa, she's an extremely happy person, always smiling. Yeah. In that sense, I love her character, and she's a great contributor and ambassador of the chess world. So I really hope that she will make a good score and still get the GM norm. But it was absolutely heartbreaking what happened yesterday.
It reminds me of what happened with Divya back in last year, where she had this rook bishop versus rook against Benjamin Bock, and she played for 7.5 hours and then lost it. And I think it's episodes like these which are very painful that happen when they happen, but actually make you so much stronger that later on she went on to win the World Cup, qualify to the candidates, and maybe this is what will happen with Carissa as well.
Yeah.
And Michael, there's a question for you. Have you known Alessandro Di Bucan? What's her name, Sagar? How do you pronounce it?
Bucchianico. He was a professor of statistics. He was my mentor during my doctorate at Eindhoven TU. He was also a very good chess player.
Maybe not. I don't really recognize the name, but it's difficult.
Suyesh always has interesting questions.
Yeah,
like
very
he keeps
unique.
on asking, keeps on asking some questions which are the most unique in the chat.
Yeah.
And by the way, just so that people know here, Pragg has gone down this line of craziness, and it is now absolutely he can play moves like rook c1, bishop f5, queen h6, moves which are very difficult for both sides to play now.
But I have a question that would he be thinking like he's given a whole rook? So is he thinking, okay, he finds, normally when you say you want to calculate the forcing lines, perpetual is always there in hands and then you go for it. So is there already a perpetual there for white? First question.
I don't even see a perpetual.
Like queen g5
like if you go here, king e8.
Bishop g6?
No, I mean,
okay.
g6 is not a perpetual, but if you try to give too many checks, suddenly you run out of them. And then the black king perhaps goes to safety.
Safe where? c5? So, okay. Let's try to calculate this position. It's exactly like the book position, which maybe Michael would love, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, Amruta, how easy it is to calculate here, but I definitely think that Pragg is a favorite today. And that's my feeling. I don't know, Nikhil, if you also feel the same in this position.
No, to me, it feels like likely to end in a perpetual. It doesn't feel like these big attacks, overwhelming. I might be wrong, but
don't you think like to attack you need 3 pieces and Pragg has it? Like he has 2 bishops and a queen. So for example, check here. Maybe you can add another piece, rook c1. It feels like a position where there's nothing forced, you know? Like you could even make a move like bg6 and then black will have always a narrow path.
Yeah, I mean, the engine says it's equal.
But sometimes black can suddenly play queen c6 or something, and if you play f3, there's suddenly rook takes f3. I don't know. Yeah.
True.
Quite interesting.
Yes, this is what I agree with you, that there is counterplay for black. It's not all passivity. By the way, Pragg goes rook c1.
Nice move. No, my point is, Sagar, the engine says it's equal, and whenever you are material down and yet the engine is saying it is equal, that means practically you are the one putting pressure on your opponent.
Yes, but Amruta, these days I'm seeing like the level of defense has improved so much that when the engine says equal, human beings are finding it in the games.
Human beings are the only ones who are playing. I haven't seen like a dogs league or anything like that.
Okay.
No, but I agree with Saga. It's the calculation skills that helps in defending well. And I think in the last 5 years or so, defensive skills have really gone up a lot. It's I remember that when I was training hard, one of the more experienced players told me that if you want to beat a GM, you need to beat him 3 times. Yeah, the first time in the game, and then you get a clear advantage, and then a second time, and then you think you're almost there, and then you need to beat him a third time before the score sheets actually get signed. And if that is what it takes to beat a good GM, then you probably need to beat a 2700 player 5 times before you get the point.
True, true. Yeah, you have to really, really work hard to beat these guys. Meanwhile, we see Gukesh and Anish playing this really very interestingly. This maneuver to put the bishop here, but Anish bringing his rook up, a rook swing into the center.
Not so easy until a4 is under pressure. You can't leave the file. And if you play b5, then in the future c6 square is weak. So yeah, it's still some question and some work to do.
By the way, Nikhil, a question to you. When you look at Amruta, does she remind you of Faustino Oro?
The same shirt.
Same shirt, same specs, like he has red glasses, she has blue ones. Also, their hairstyle is a little bit similar. So,
Same brain capacity, same talent for chess.
Is he aggressive? Yes. So yeah.
we've been, the chat has been kind of saying this since a few days, that ever since Amruta had this new haircut, that she reminds them of Faustino.
Maybe I get a chance to ask Faustino tonight.
Faustino will completely. Actually, somebody also said that Faustino is eating a thepla. That's why he's not doing so well today.
Because you were eating. Oh, by the way, we have the same position on the board what we analyzed in Yas Kaan versus Arjun.
Oh.
And Arjun, by the way, not at the board. He thought he made his move. He's walking around.
So many people. Look at that.
Yeah, today's weekend. And Amrita, I saw someone wearing a no-draw t-shirt of Chess Base India.
No way.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. There's a...
Chess Base India going global.
Oh, there's a very nice story actually about Gukesh. We were at Goa. It was long back, maybe 2019 or something. And there we had this Chess Base India stall with a lot of merch over there. And Gukesh was he had come at the stall to say hi with his dad. And we had the shirts and, he had to choose one shirt. And out of a lot of ones, he chose the no draw that time.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And he actually stays true to that. Yeah. Like I don't know how many draws, how many million times he's rejected until now. But
he's always fighting. Yeah.
So yeah, bishop e3 has been played. I don't know if that variation with rook e8, rook e3 is going to happen, all that. But I'm very keen. Just going back to Pragg's game, his thinking after knight c5 on the board.
Yep. Yeah, now I would expect some sort of perpetual.
How? Like queen h6 check.
Yeah, that's a start.
Okay, if king g8 should be a mistake, yeah? Yes. So let's ask the chat, guys. We want at least 50 answers. White to play. White to play and checkmate in 1.
It would be a typical Wijk aan Zee blunder.
Whoa, okay. Debanjan, Krishna, Swapnil, Siddharth, Mrityunjay, Spark, Sudo. No. Spark, you have missed the move. Okay, it happens. Sometimes the spark is gone for a moment. Okay.
And the move is queen h8.
This is what happens, Saga, if you let Amruta take over.
This is what happens.
She checkmates the opponents, yeah? By the way, Mikkel, it's a good time that you are here. I'll ask you a question because we have a friend, his name is Jaikar, who sends a trivia question every day. Mm-hmm. And so we didn't ask it today, so it's a good time to ask, and it's specially tailored to the event that's happening. So this one is the Wijk, the Tata Steel one. The question is, among the world champions, who has the highest win percentage in the history of this tournament? And by history, we mean all the 87 editions that have happened. So, this is a question to you
And,
and also to everyone in the chat.
I have my
Who
first
has the
instinct.
highest win percentage in the history of this
But
tournament?
like, you know, yesterday, Sagar, we are talking, and Jaikar has so many books at his place. I don't know the number. And he said, yeah, anyone can come and, you know, read them. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Maybe 400 or 3000. That's the big difference. I don't
I'm
know.
not sure I understand the question. So if I play as a world champion only once in Tata, and I play 13 games and I win 10 out of them, I have a very high percentage.
Yes.
Then I would be number one.
Yes. So you could choose Vishy, who has played like more than, I don't know, 200 or 100 games, 150 games. Or you could choose one world champion who's only come once and did
Yeah.
really well. So, but
Yeah.
has to have the highest percentage.
Yeah. It's very hard to say, but I would go for Gary.
Because he's come 3 times. That's a very good guess.
A lot of people are moving towards two players, Magnus and Vishy.
Right. And they're right because they've won. I mean, their thinking is right because they're the ones who played, won the most number of Tata Steels.
No, Tata Steel?
Sorry?
World champion.
Yeah, the Tata Steel tournaments, they've won the most. But the right answer is Boris Spassky. And you were right, actually. You thought in the right direction because he's only come once.
Yeah.
And he won with a score of 11 out of 15 that time.
Yeah.
So 73%. But it's not a very fair comparison, yeah, if you play it once.
But it's a nice trivia question.
It's a nice question.
That's I love these type of questions.
Yeah, and Jaikar, thank you for sending it. And Pragg goes bishop c4. He attacks the rook. You know, the nice thing about black is that this bishop is active, the knight is stable, no one can kick the knight away. So now the rook, queen and the rook have to somehow realign or reorganize themselves. And what do you play here, Mikil? What's your first instinct that you feel that black can do here?
Well, my first question is, does white actually threaten to take on f7? Is that a threat?
Because take, and if the attack just peters out, then you are piece down.
Yeah.
So the first question is, what is white's threat? Let's make a move a6.
Ooh.
And I think it was not the best move, but takes, and queen d6 is a threat. So that's a big threat here.
But I think that's a standard way of thinking. Yeah, you start with the question, what if I do nothing? What happens? So that gives you a clue on the type of moves you can play here. So you could play d5 maybe.
d5. And maybe the downside of d5 for black is that the bishop gets shut down. I think Pragg would be very happy with that fact here. And also there is this very interesting move, which is check. We just saw that king g8 is bad because of queen h8, king e7. And now a check here prepares the move bishop e5, which is a skewer. So now these ghosts will come to Matthias when he's calculating. You can already see him kind of struggling here. So our feeling is that Pragg has taken a very good decision to go with this play. Matthias has to make 16 more moves in 29 minutes. So that's the big challenge that he has on his head. And by the way, Mikil, I want to ask you also, how does it feel to see Vasily Ivanchuk back in Wijk? Because you might have seen him when he was at his prime, and right now he's playing in the Challengers. Is it fun?
Yeah, it's a legend, absolute legend. Lovely guy. Of course, there are also moments that you cannot talk to him. So there was a game early this tournament that he lost, and he was just walking around in the press room and shaking his hands, and it was like don't touch me. Someone actually dared to ask him a question, and he immediately waved away. And he goes, how could I do this? How? But yesterday he won a very easy game against Rubers, who blundered a full piece. And yeah, today someone came to him and she had made a drawing of him, and he was smiling before the game, and he really liked that. His play is a bit uneven. He lost a much better position against Erwin Lamy, and at some point he started blitzing out his moves. Well, he had an hour on the clock.
Yes.
So it's sometimes the still very strange, Vasily. And I don't know. I don't have the data. If anyone in the chat can look it up. I was wondering how many tournaments he played last year, because it feels to me like he's incredibly active. Not just classical chess, but also rapid events, blitz events. I saw he was playing an open in Spain, and then he was playing in a club league, and then he was playing the blitz championships in Poland. It's like non-stop chess.
Yeah, it's amazing. At some point, when he started getting better at checkers, I thought that we had lost Vasily to the game of checkers, he's playing that so well. But I think chess is so rich that he had to come back to his first love.
Yeah, I think he even played the checkers tournament here in the Netherlands.
Oh, wow. By the way, we have d5 on the board. Matthias has played d5, but it is not the most accurate move, as Pragg comes in now on the board. And I think he's going to do this, Amruta, which is to take on h6, king e7, queen g5 check. Only move is king f8. Then you put your bishop here, attacking the queen and the rook.
But tell me, if queen d7 or something, I'm just like a guess, then you simply win the rook and say that.
Yeah.
No, d takes d4 is hanging. You can't
but I
take
could also
anyway.
save my bishop here. Maybe there's this something to be said about this move, bishop b5, forcing you to come here and giving a check. Suddenly, you don't have too many moves because king e8,
tough
check, king here.
This is possible to... Wait, king d6.
Yeah.
And queen f4 check.
Yeah.
And queen b8.
And white is the one for choice, for sure.
But practically, I don't know, two pieces, yeah?
This is game over, right?
This is just very difficult to hold.
Yeah. The pawns are going to be running.
So I have this feeling that Pragg, with extra time and so many possibilities here, this is really a good thing for him.
But he needs to be careful because the engine says there are 3 moves over here. One with queen at 6, where you can keep the slight initiative and keep going. The other one is very hard to, even imagine as a candidate move. Bishop b5.
And it stops queen c6, which is what actually black wants to do next move.
And the third one, anything where you get back your bishop to e2, as you said, queen comes to c6, and black then would be almost winning.
Right. I am pretty sure he'll do this.
Crazy.
I wonder if Matthias is thinking, I'm playing against this Indian kid, and this feels like one of those terrible, difficult exercises. I'm too old for this.
Yeah, I mean, that was the expression. You don't want to be a rook up with so much happening at your king.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head. Matthias is like, oh, this variation does not work well. I can't play this, and Pragg chops off the pawn on h6. So
wow, we are not moving from here, Sagar, because how many times we get to see Pragg giving up a full rook without having any clear plan in life. It's like you give up your house without knowing where you're gonna stay.
Yeah, I agree with that, Amruta. Although
I think after the statement, Amruta, there's no lady in India who wants to date with Pragg.
Oh my god.
Guys, well, Pragg is he has many houses. Don't listen to Amruta.
No, I'm not talking about Pragg's houses, Sagar, but yeah,
you sacrifice everything. You don't care about safety. You live the adventurous life.
But you know, Michael, there's this joke. Sagar keeps putting the houses on stake for some moves. And like, that's what is the joke about
Yes.
him.
It's no joke. Amruta is very sad. By the way, King E8 is a blunder here.
Why?
Because of check, and it's
Anyway, I want to go bishop e5, and here it's happening like a check.
and you can have it with a tempo, and that's just over. So yeah, look at Matthias there. He's like, oh man, I'm running a marathon, but it's like I'm at 20-kilometer mark here. I have to still run the another half of it.
Yeah, and I think Ivanchuk is walking there. I don't know if he happened to come to this game because he would love to see such positions, Sagar.
I agree. Okay, Pragg really playing well here, guys. I want to just quickly glimpse.
Quickly go,
Yeah.
but if Pragg plays, we are coming back here.
Okay, I want to see the game of Nodirbek because he is leading the tournament and he might win this one as well. He's better against Vincent Keymer. Look at this, guys. What happened was, as Mikhail said, this looks like chess from another planet. And they were repeating actually. Maybe it could have been a repetition if Vincent wanted it with Queen F3, Queen C2. But he went Bishop A5. Maybe with your idea, Mikhail, to play BD3.
Yeah.
And guess the move here. Black to play.
I played it with a rook on D8.
Yes. This one is without any threat. But look at this move. Yeah, it's insane.
Here maybe I can play E5.
You are right.
Wow.
What a move. Why did you play it?
This square on G4,
huh? That is right. And rook e5 was possible, but the problem with rook e5 is f6 and you have to give up your rook because if you go back, there's bishop g4. So take, and black is better. So he played bd3, check, king here, takes, rook takes.
And now bg4, yeah? Or first?
He got in bishop g4 and Nodirbek Abdusattorov has won an exchange. And look at his expressions there. He's like, I'm going to take this full point back home.
Definitely a sad thing for Vincent where, he could have repeated. Then he goes for something. He misses a big tactic over there. And Nodirbek and Sindarov, both Uzbeks were leading before this round. Oops.
This is an exchange? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an exchange of position. Although, yes, f6 is the right move to begin with, not bishop d1.
By the way, Sagar, do you want to have dinner? Then you can get your dish.
I will find I'll get it. By the way, Mikhail, you don't ever eat in the Wijk village, right? Like you've never gone in one of the 3 restaurants there, or have you?
No, I sometimes do. Yeah. Not so often, but I have dinner planned later this week with a German chess journalist who's coming over every year, Dirk Poldauf.
Oh.
And then we catch up, and sometimes also for lunch. Like yesterday, I had lunch with Jan Smeets, and Luc van Wely was there. So it was quite funny because, as you know, that Jan is seconding Anish. And Luc is seconding Max Warmerdam.
Oh.
So I entered and I said, here we have the seconds of the highest scorers in the tournament.
although they both are kind of making a comeback, now.
Yeah. That was after the lunch.
What's happening?
Maybe having lunch with you is the secret, Mikhail.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, look at what Arvind has done. This idea of his knight jumping from here and there, and his position is not great, but it's complex, and that's what Arvind is looking for. He's worse.
But it's like I said, White got b4 and f4. He's trying to grab the initiative.
Yeah, you are right. And we want to check Arjun's game, Amruta. Can we look at Arjun?
Yep.
Arjubai here.
That rook e8, rook e3 was just not possible to happen, Sagar.
Yes.
So I think bishop e3, long castle,
No,
and
actually,
knight c2.
Arjun it's happening, Amruta. It's still on course. We are on course to rook h e8.
King f2 and rook e3,
And
yeah?
I think the most
Very
amazing
difficult
line
move, rook
is
e3.
if rook h e8, bishop c5, then I have the intermezzo not to take back the bishop, but rook e2, attacking the knight.
Why am I going to go bishop c5 without...
No, I'm just saying. Just
okay.
in case.
Okay. Makes sense.
And Arjun is pressing against Yaz Kaan Erdogmus. If he can play all the accurate moves, Yaz can get the equality, but it's not easy. Rook h e8. And
what about Gukesh?
Gukesh Anish. Let's look at that one.
Because after bishop takes c5, rook a6. Oh, only one move happened, and that is e3.
E3 is a typical Gukesh move, which is, it complicates matters. It makes things wild. There are tactics in the air. Like
Van Foreest is watching the game very, very closely.
So it can get very crazy here in this game between Gukesh and Anish.
And by the way, we have a question for you, Michael. If you were contending for the... Wait. There was another question with he had, by the way. He's in this ESW. He plays for the ESW Chess Club. Do you know some players from there? Jos, Satmaler, Bas, Van De, Place, Jan, Wasselman, etc. Or no?
It's ESW. It's, I don't know.
ESV.
Jan Vosselman, I think I heard the name, but it sounds like Eindhoven, where ASML is as a big company, the chip manufacturer, and Philips used to be there. So, but it's a bit difficult. But people can always ask me on Twitter. Then I can read it and give proper answer.
Sure.
Cool.
What's your username on Twitter? Is it Mikhail Abel?
Sorry?
It's your same name on Twitter?
Yeah.
Is that your
Yeah.
ID?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one, guys, this is the book, and this is his name.
Yeah.
You can
And in the book, there's my email in the introduction.
Oh, so you have to buy the book, guys. Otherwise, you don't get it.
Awesome.
Just joking.
And Sagar, Matthias Bluebaum has gone down to 20 minutes. Pragg is having 1 hour 7 minutes on the clock. Queen takes h6, king e7 has been played. 26th move. So they have to make another 15 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, Matthias has a problem. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Why don't you have some food? Should I
Yeah, I'll
get?
bring.
We have idli, guys. Idli also. Have you tried idli dosa anytime, Michael? Dosa is a very
Is
famous.
that the bread?
His name is Mickey.
No, dosa is a South Indian, like crepes kind of. Yeah.
No, I've eaten South Indian food because I stayed for about 8-9 days in Chennai.
So you most likely would have had it, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, cool. And we have PJ who says bought the book 4 years ago. That's so cool. Yeah, I think this is, guys, one of the best sellers, this book which we have. And in fact, now very few copies have been left. So maybe a good time to order if you like it. It's a good one. So do check it out, guys. And if anybody from the mods or anyone who can help to put the link in the chat would be super awesome. The Anand Files, that's the name of the book on ChessBase India shop. You could try to put the link there. Yeah, Queen G5. Oh, now the question is whether Pragg is going to repeat with check and King E7 and make a draw, or whether he makes a statement that Matthias, you have less time. I am going for Bishop E5 for you to figure out all the complications. What is your guess?
So I'm gonna say right now, Amruta, he may repeat once, but he's definitely gonna continue the game.
Okay. So that's the psychological trick he's going to play, on Matthias.
He's definitely gonna continue the game. He's not gonna settle for a draw here.
Okay, that's what Mikhail is thinking. And guys, what about you? Do you think that he's going to be repeating, or will there be a game? 19 minutes. It's so exciting. Game of the day, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. But one has to give it to Matthias as well, because he has been kind of fighting hard. He has been finding all the accurate moves until now. The bar hasn't moved at all.
Absolutely. In fact, yesterday he had an amazingly complicated game with Arjun. He was winning, though there was no like a direct win, but it was beautiful game. And today again, he's the one who is defending. He was very disappointed at the end of the game yesterday. If you saw his expressions, I don't know, Mikhail, after the game ended with Arjun or just about to end. Did you see that?
Yeah. He stormed out. He was very angry at himself, which makes sense because it was between +2.5 and +5.5 or something. There were some very easy wins. There was knight d6, knight c7, or queen e3. All these moves would have won. And I also talked briefly to Arjun. He was in a good mood. And felt he, of course, that he was lucky. He didn't play a bad game, Arjun. He just made a misassessment when he sacrificed the pawn. It can happen. Arjun lost the game in this tournament, and I think that he still has some trouble sometimes to recover if he loses a game. I think it's not as bad as a couple of years ago. I think he uses a bit more meditation practices to refine his balance after he loses. Because he's an introvert, you cannot tell, but I think he can be really upset with himself. But I looked at some of his games from last year, and I think it's incredibly accuracy in his calculations. And somehow here at Tata, it doesn't always come out yet. But last year I was so impressed. I think Arjun had a really great year. And I felt so sorry he didn't qualify for the candidates.
Yeah, that's true. But he's so close. His rating has been there at the top. So it kind of feels that when is Arjun going to be in candidates? Because I don't think we all have a doubt whether he'll be or not. But still, it's such a hard task. We are seeing that.
But I also remember when his rating got up all the way to close to 2800. There were still a lot of people, I think, including Magnus, doubting whether he would stay there. They were all talking about he's taking so much risk. He cannot do this against strong opponents. He can also only do this in open tournaments, blah, blah, blah. Well, first of all, I think people need to respect that winning an open tournament is not that easy. We've seen many top players who fail at that, and maybe even avoid playing opens because they're scared of losing rating. And Arjun did not win just one, but he won many. So he was really good. And then once he got that rating at the top, he actually managed to stay there. Yeah, initially he dropped a bit, and then he bounced back and he came up back on top. And I think he's really grown as a player. I'm very impressed with him.
Amazing.
Wow, that's great to hear your thoughts about Arjun over here. And guys, I think here Pragg might take a lot of time. He has 1 hour 3 minutes on the clock. Maybe we'll come back here as soon as Matthias makes the move. And to the people who are saying that bars are working.
Yeah, they are working, but Pragg's assessment is a little bit off. I think in the bar says at the bottom of our screen plus 1.1, while actually our actual bar says 0.00, but I think 1.1 captures it better than 0.1.
Maybe the engine this time is thinking like humans. So for one time.
I think the 1.1 needs to be an Indian bar. It can be the only.
Oh my god. And Janardhan is saying, I'm feeling hungry watching you guys eat. Let me fetch some food.
I hope Nikhil, you are not feeling hungry seeing us eat food.
So Saga, while you were in Holland last year,
Mhm.
did you ever manage to go to an Indian restaurant here?
No, never. I loved the Italian place. It was my favorite.
Yeah,
I had 2 or 3 times pizza there, but every time my commentary session would end, they would already be shut down.
yeah.
So I had many of my dinners with some of the fans bringing in food
Ah,
from India. So like the Indians who were there,
yeah,
So
From
it was
India.
every day very interesting. I didn't know where my next meal was coming from actually.
yeah. Now the Italian place, if they know you, they can stay open for you, or they can prepare
Ah,
something. But that's something for you to know for next year.
wow. Oh, wonderful.
Maybe I have
But
to tell them in advance that I'm
yeah,
commentating here.
but the Indian restaurants in the Netherlands normally are not very spicy. But if you tell them that you want some extra spices, most of them can arrange that.
Maybe in
And in
Haarlem,
Amsterdam,
right? You have to go to Haarlem. That's the nearest town. Or Beverwijk, actually. You get Indian
yeah,
food in Beverwijk.
yeah. And Amsterdam is of course not so far, and there's some decent Indian restaurants over there. But when I think this was last year, maybe a little bit more than a year ago, I had lunch with Surya Ganguly, a good friend of mine,
Hmm.
and Surya refused to go to any Indian restaurant. He said, "I get that enough when I'm at home. I want to go to Korean restaurants."
Wow. That's not very usual because
That's
the
very
thing
usual,
is,
Amruta. You
no,
don't eat. You don't.
no, most of the Indians want Indian food when they go
Not
out.
most. Not most. Come on.
Yeah.
Not most?
I think
Okay, how many people in the chat? We have around 1800 people. You would like to eat Indian food? Like out of 10 days, one day is okay.
one
Chal.
day is fine. No, but
No.
the
Out of
moment
10
you
days,
land,
one day you eat pizza, but how many of you would like maximum times
I
to eat
think,
Indian
Amruta, the
food?
moment you take a flight from Mumbai, you reach some place. It's been like 24 hours.
Uh-huh.
You're already looking for an Indian restaurant. That's very rare. Like people say, okay, I just came from India. At least let me enjoy for 2 days or 3 days. But you're like already looking for
No,
one.
but because we have such amazing food, like we have chapati, it's a whole meal. It's the most, that way. Yeah, I would try it once, any country's food, but after that, yeah, dal chawal every day. Look, chat is also, मैं वही पढ़ रही हूँ.
There are people who are not with you, Amruta, on this. By the
Yeah.
way, I really like how this game has become quite wild. Like from a very static position, stable one, Gukesh has risked it once again, taken on a few weak pawns, but has gotten activity in return. He's going to double on the f file. The bishop is active. Anish has his rooks interestingly placed. Also the knight. I think, Nikhil, this can become very sharp.
It already is. And I find it impressive that Gukesh manages to take these risks and actually do the correct assessment that it's justified. Because if I would not have an engine bar and I would not know it's Gukesh, then I would think it's crazy what White is doing. Yeah, so
Absolutely.
many weaknesses, but because it's Gukesh, it's considerate thought. He knows he's not the type who takes a lot of unnecessary risks. He does take risks, but in a justifiable way, I think, most of the time. And that's what he's doing here. But I find it very impressive that he's able to assess that this is just within the limits. And I think that shows true class.
I really agree with your point. This is one of these amazing abilities of Gukesh to find such variations which are fighting ones, and there's this interesting game. So, yeah, he's managed to do this even year after finding a move like e3 and now getting this position with the active rook here. And now it's no more easy that this rook swing will put a lot of pressure over here.
Yeah, I
Yep.
mean, like for example, a move like Rook A E6. I mean, you can't play it because already the knight on F5 is hanging.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can't bring the rook there. Where to bring your
Rook
rook?
f6, but then a4 is hanging. Yeah, you
Yeah.
will take here
I'm
and.
actually very interested for the move.
Why is it better for? I mean, you've given a pawn, but the engine says it's still a great
Yeah,
compensation.
because b6 is coming next, Amruta, and your bishop cannot hold on to that e3 pawn, I feel.
Ooh, b3, c5. Get it.
By the way,
Hmm.
one move that comes to my mind is h5 here. How silly is that?
Should be very silly, but
Rook a f1.
not so silly, Sagar. It's quite interesting.
g6, I was thinking maybe it's too much.
G6 a
Yeah.
bit slow to.
Yeah, ma'am. I mean, yeah, these are the kinds of positions that Gukesh is very. And by the way, Anish has his hands on the c pawn. No, he goes what, b6?
B6. Oof.
Wow, he's just cut off his rook there. Incredible play by Anish as well. I would never do that. But
No, but it's very forcing
he's
because
putting
where
the
do you
e3 pawn.
go with the
Oh,
bishop?
yeah. No, wait a second.
Look at the crowd. Can we go full screen, Sagar, for a moment over here? And
Okay, guys, I'm gonna leave you. It was great joining you today, but I have to start my work for the week in chess and prepare my analysis.
Yes.
oof.
Mikhail,
I
it
hope
was
to
an
be able to
absolute
join you
pleasure.
later in the week.
It was an absolute pleasure to have you. Also, the stories that you brought in, and just your openness to be here. I think people loved having you. Maybe guys, you could just share your thoughts before Mikhail goes from here. How did you enjoy? Because I personally never felt like, Mikhail, you're joining after a year. It felt like we were sitting together there yesterday and commentating.
Yes, I miss you guys. I want to hug you.
Oh, so sweet.
Same here.
So, Mikhail OP, people are saying
you,
thank you,
Mikhail.
Mikhail. Suyash, I think Suyash had a lot of questions for you and he very much enjoyed.
waiting.
Mikhail is always OP. Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean it's always really great to be here. Like I said, for me, chess-based India really has this vibe of the true chess community. Yeah, happy people trying to do the right thing in the chess world, and that's why I love joining. Yeah,
Thank you.
we all love this game. We love this what's going on. All the beautiful characters. Every day there are new developments, and it's so wonderful. And the fact that people enjoy this while they sleep, that's a new eye opener for me.
Or maybe an eye shut for you, not an opener. Yeah, you have to keep
Yeah.
an eye shut.
It's the key insight for me for today.
Wow. And also, people are saying Fijna Dag, Mikhail. Fijna Dag. Is it goodbye?
Or thank you in Dutch.
Fijne won. Okay, maybe something
Okay.
Dutch. Okay, but we had a
All the
great
best,
time.
and I
Thank
hope
you.
to see you later this week.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Mikhail. See you. Guys, that was Mikhail Abel from Netherlands, the author of Anand Files, and also a wonderful, not just author, a player. He's an FM. His highest peak rating was about 2300. And has
Very
so much
cool.
knowledge.
So many people liked him and they said, please get him back sometime. So
Amruta,
it was nice.
While we were bidding Mikhail a goodbye here, Gukesh has just made a big mistake. He has played his queen to c4.
What? The piece is gone? B
Yeah.
takes c5?
No, but he has a plan here. If you take b takes c5, he wants to take on f5.
Oh, deflection.
And f5. Look at Anish there, by the way, Amruta. Anish actually folded his feet on the chair and he was like, I now have to go all in and I have to think here. So you can see, Amruta, he is wanting to outplay Gukesh, calculate, and he has a chance if he finds the move here.
Wait, can we also try to find?
Yes, please.
Also, look at Gukesh, the way he's also thinking. I don't know if he realizes, but also, guys, look at the crowd. Yeah, I'm just putting it here for a moment. Look at the whole crowd here. I don't know if they have steps behind because there are people who are able to.
And we have Vijay there. Okay, by the way, guys, the guy in the front row in the black shirt. There are two people, but one on the left.
With his shirt having Gukesh
shirt. And so the thing is,
nice.
the t-shirt that Vijay wears, like yesterday he wore Arvind and he stood in front of Arvind's game.
Wow.
And now today he stands in front of Gukesh's game.
That's so cool. And
Yeah.
that the other guy looks a bit like Samay, but also with the expression like Samay after a blunder.
So, Samay, after his stand-up comedy, if he's just wanting to chill, might go and watch Wijk.
Oh my god. But I love that part where everybody is able to stand taller so that they can also see. Otherwise, you can't really get a view.
And
of
there's
them.
also a way to see it if you sit down, Amruta,
Ah.
from below.
So they don't need a standing table, Sagar.
Yeah. Okay, Amruta,
Lovely.
I want to just tell the viewers the move. And by the way, Bright Heart Small Pen says Amruta always brings a fresh perspective to the table. Love her enthusiasm.
Ooh, thank you.
Yeah, sometimes it's too fresh, guys. And it's difficult to understand. Like Rook A7 is the best move here. And the thing is, if Rook A7, Bishop B4, C5. Okay, you're not even willing to take here because F7 is hanging. But C5, suddenly I defend F7. Bishop D2. And Amruta, Knight D6 attacks the Queen and the Bishop. And Anish is almost winning here.
Wow. I mean, what has Gukesh missed in this calculation? I don't know, because sometimes it's also about the assessment. Like, they have calculated everything, but they have not assessed it rightly. Look at Ivanchuk over there, looking at this position.
Gukesh has not missed anything. I think he's playing the opponent. He's playing Anish. He's kind of thinking that Anish may not be able to find his way through the maze of complications.
No, but if you have seen and you have assessed it as bad for you, you will never underestimate your opponent. That's like the first thing which you do when you're becoming a better player.
I know, but it's possible that he didn't see it. And by the way, I want to quickly check Praggnanandhaa because he has been playing an incredible game today.
Queen
And
D8.
Pragg did.
Oh, Bishop B5, Sagar, no draw. Yay! Dinky chicka. Crazy. I'm so happy, Sagar. There's no draw.
Nice, Amruta. What are you wearing?
This is, the goggle of when there is the most amazing combination happening on the board. You get this goggles.
Okay, Amruta. Maybe I'll give you some new hairstyle as well.
Huh? Hairstyle तो अभी तो है ना. Goggle with this hair. Okay, chalega. Why not? This game deserves it, Sagar.
Yeah.
Let's
Can
go,
we
guys.
call you the crazy Amruta? There is an Amruta and this is the crazy Amruta. Not that your normal is not crazy. That's also crazy. But this one is too much.
चलेगा. Until आज रुक सैग है, सागर. ये तो बनता है.
Okay.
मजा आने वाला है.
Guys,
Let's go.
Crazy Amruta is enjoying herself. By the way, the best move is to go check. King E7, only move. And Bishop B5. And you can see Pragg will continue playing this position of an entire rook down.
बाप रे.
Can you believe it?
तेरे 7 जन्म में भी इतने बाल शायद नहीं आएंगे.
Yes, and by the way, people are saying, can we look at Erdogmus? Because that's going crazy as well. Arjun versus Erdogmus.
No way, he finds it.
He finds Rook H8 firstly. Okay.
I
King
cannot
F2.
believe it.
Knight B4. Knight A3.
Arey, he found Bishop E6 also, Sagar.
Oh! Oh, by Erdogmus.
Man, okay, this one, we love Arjun, but to find this, we thought it's impossible on the board. So, yes, Kaan gets
Erdogmus, where are you? We want to bow down to your amazing abilities. Just this move, Bishop E3. We were just saying, oh, it's impossible for a human being to find Bishop E6. And Yaz was like, am I a human being?
अरे तो क्या है, चीटी है.
No, but what's the move like? I mean,
okay, explain it to me. पहले तुम्हारी इडली खत्म कर लो, इडली
so the
सांभर.
thing is, Amruta, this knight is pinned perpetually. I want to play D4 here, but now Bishop D4, you have to give back the exchange. So that's not happening. You can't play Knight C2, I'll take it. Let's say you play b3.
Wait.
95.
Direct ही मर गया.
And then this
D4,
is hanging.
bishop takes A3.
Yeah.
So
And
you
if you go
recover.
here, I just take and bd4, attack the rook. You play rook c1 and rook e8 and game over because no one can come here. So Amruta,
So bishop e6. Somebody is asking why this was impossible, because there was rook takes e3 के बाद. Firstly, you see a move like bishop e6. Yeah, you want to put the pressure on knight on e3, but you understand a bishop on h3 might even get trapped with g4 in the future, and it's the right time to go back, and there's no immediate threat, but you're exchanging now.
Oh, that's a very good point, Amruta.
So-
g4 was coming to trap the bishop. So then he goes back and he realizes that actually if Arjun does nothing, let's say Arjun wastes his time with g4, then bishop d4 and game over, because the only way in which this knight can be saved on e3 is at a timely d4.
Okay, tell me, Sagar, what is the best way for white to get out of all the mess, bishop e6? I want
think
Arjun to
for
find the best way
Arjun,
forward.
the best way is d4 and just give back the material. So for example, if you take here, maybe I was wondering if rook d4, but not even that, Amruta. You go rook d2 with the idea of rook d1. It's tough. It's tough for Arjun. Yas Kaan Erdogmus is the real deal. Says win 7-8-8-4, win by. Good to see. Good to hear from you.
Oh.
Man, guys, this is crazy stuff. Yas Kaan Erdogmus. Just to recap for all of you joining in. So what happened was, in this game, right from move number 1, they had the English, but then Yas goes queen b6, knight g4, immediately threatening a mate. Castles, he pushes e3. Arjun pushes him back. Queen c2, check, gives up the bishop, rook d1, and now Yas takes the bold decision to push d4, goes back, comes to c4, attacking this. He says knight a6, you take here, I'll take this pawn. So Arjun says, okay, I'll get one more pawn which is on e3. So Arjun is a pawn up. If he stabilizes, he's better. But long castle, knight c2, rook he8. Another crazy move, because if you move the bishop, then e2 is hanging first. So that's why king f2. And now finds another epic move. Okay, I'm already a fan. Knight a3. And now this crazy move, sacking the rook for the bishop. And then playing bishop e6.
Whoa, man.
You know, Amruta, what
This
makes
is
bishop
like-
e6 incredible is that he's an exchange and a pawn down. It's not even like equal material.
Yeah, and yet the engine is saying equal, which means black is better. And again, we are reminded of what Magnus said about Yas Kaan, is he has been the most talented 14-year-old Magnus has ever
Not
seen.
14, Amruta. He's the most talented Turkish player ever. He's the most talented, I don't know, many things.
Yeah, and for Arjun, he needs to find a way out of this. And we believe in him. Yesterday was a great escape for Arjun. But today he needs to work hard. So today is a day of rook sacrifices, guys. Rook sacrifices. Pragg has also made some completely exciting stuff on the board over here. His opponent is thinking, no, Pragg is thinking after king e7 here. We'll look at that game also. Gukesh versus Anish, going crazy. Anish right now better against Gukesh after the heartbreak which we saw Gukesh going through. And this is the moment of Arjun really needing to be there at the board to find the best stuff here. Guys, how do you escape? How do you think of candidate moves here? Guys, yes, I have a new hairstyle every time I keep getting new hairstyle. But today is a rook sacrifice हुआ ना, इसके लिए ऐसे मजा आ रहा है, कुछ हटके. Yeah, bishop e6, when we were looking at it, लगा ही नहीं ये सोचेगा बंदा. Candidate moves are being suggested. Rhythm bola d4. Yes, that's one which we looked at. b3 was another one. Rekha ne bola rook a c1.
रेखा ने क्या देखा?
Rook a c1.
But rook a c1, Amruta, that's another point of bishop e6, because rook a c1,
Mm-hmm.
bishop d4, and now you don't get rook c4.
Bishop d4 वैसे forced, and now okay, we don't have, if we want to give the exchange sack, मतलब वापस देना है तो we can, but maybe it doesn't make sense because this pin is something which is irritating for you.
And now Arjun's epic move, knight b5 here to
Oh,
attack the bishop.
दिल खुश हो गया सागर, इतना खुश हो गया, इतना खुश हो गया, क्या बताऊं मैं. You thought there would be a great follow up dialogue, but ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ क्योंकि दिल शांति से खुश हुआ. यहाँ पे प्रेशर,
Bishop b6.
यहाँ पे प्रेशर. Bishop b6.
And now a3.
So the bishop came to d4, allowed knight to come to b5, and allowing a3. Why will black go bishop d4 and not direct bishop b6?
Because
Would
then
also
I
be
get
my
d4,
question.
right?
Here, like first question is, if you go back bishop b6, it's a mistake. Because then main idea is I want to get out of the pin, and to do that, I push the pawn so that I can get out of the pin. So I have a plan. Bishop d4 को क्यों f4 नहीं फिर? Bishop b2 मर रहा है.
Knight d5.
Knight d5 भी आ रहा है.
But if you go bishop b6,
यार, this is
and
so
now,
complex.
no, it's not f4.
हाँ.
Knight d5, then I have d4. But when your bishop is on d4, I don't have d4. That's the main point.
Okay, he goes d4. Ajju Bhai directly goes d4. Basically, it takes मारने के बाद he's going to give back the material. No greed. दे दो वापस.
So what's happening with Pragg?
Pragg, did he play? He was thinking. He was यहाँ पे queen g5, bishop e5, queen d8. Pragg on board number 2.
Yeah. Queen d8, queen h6. And now bishop b5 is what he needs to play. But there's also this tempting move, Amrita, which is bishop g3 with the idea of bishop h4 check.
Love it. Love it. क्योंकि ये तो सबसे first you get attracted to it because you are winning the queen here. The king will try to escape with maybe king d7, but then I allow bishop b5 check. Yeah, over.
By the way,
Khatam.
Amrita,
If this, then there is check. This is pinned. It's this. Then there is मारो, और फिर ये भी मारो.
I was very curious to see if now king e7 what Pragg will play because he has time on his hand. He's 20 minutes more on the clock. Very interesting position. Can we go to the game of Gukesh and Anish because Anish seems to have taken over. He found rook a7 very quickly. In fact, if you look at it, he found this move. Go back one move.
Yeah,
In 10 minutes. He took 10 minutes. He plays rook a7. Bishop
Only
b4 and he's pressed the clock. Did you see that? Amrita, he pressed the clock. Gukesh made his move and still Anish is walking around. He passed the board when it was his move.
Maybe he didn't realize
He
that.
didn't realize only. Anish is like,
Anish अपनी धुन में.
And Gukesh is also smart. He's thinking like as if it's his move.
No, I mean, otherwise also he keeps thinking. Yeah, Gukesh
No, he's
rarely gets up and looks
trying
here
to
and there.
fool Anish.
No, I don't think
Arey,
he's
joke
trying to
only.
fool Anish.
It's a joke.
If he thinks that Anish is already a fool, then he may not. But he will not think that way. He's too respectful. So,
Amrita, why don't you put the board back on the top?
Queen 64 is saying, I'll put that. Sagar bhai doing injustice to idli. Eating idli using a spoon.
Sorry guys, I can't eat with hand on the stream. So
क्यों? क्या problem है? Problem क्या है यार? बताओ. Guys, which movie dialogue is it?
तुम हो मेरी प्राउड.
Oh, you have a nice
बोलती
scene
जा रहे
on
हो तुमको समझ में नहीं आता. मेरे को सुनना नहीं है.
it. सुनना नहीं है. So, no, but really speaking, you have to eat with the hands because the point is our brain, it has the sensory elements where it understands that the food is touched and it's now going to go into you. It's important. You should not eat with a spoon. No matter what, wherever you are, be it 5-star hotel, it doesn't matter.
Oh, he's going c5. Anish playing this really well. He's spotting all the moves. He's playing this well. And guys, remember, you can't win the pawn on e3 because f7 is hanging. So after c5, he also opens up the defense here. He plays it.
Wow, he finds it. And
Great
now
play by Anish Giri here.
Gukesh is getting into trouble.
And look at Anish there. Gets up. He picks up a piece. He's going to walk around. Maybe we can see them on our...
Where?
This one, Amruta.
Ooh.
We have this very nice view thanks to the people there. Menno, Lennart, the organizers.
Why don't they have any tournament can have at the end of it, whoever has had the maximum steps, they also get some good prize fund. Maybe 10% extra, whatever extra.
You want to give prizes to
chess and walking, chalking, like you do it.
To encourage some behavior, right?
Yeah, we want the people to walk.
I don't think the organizers want people to walk.
No, but imagine every player gets a treadmill on the side. Rook takes d4 happening, and Balen also says so disrespectful to Idli. Idli के लिए सबको बहुत प्यार है. Yes, जब भी met.
When I am eating idli and watching chess, what happens to idli?
I know this one. I'm sure people are gonna get this one also. Somebody said wear the wig. Looks good. Okay, fine. What happens to the idli? Should I answer? I think I would be able to guess. Idli will become chidli. Idli will chidli. That's only for Marathi people who will get the answer, because chidli means getting angry, annoyed, irritated.
Take rook d1, bishop c5. I think for Arjun, this is a perpetual pin. He can't come out of it easily. He may have to be really resourceful here. Yas Kaan Erdogmus has put him in a spot of bother. Knight d5 coming up. Yes, we found Chidli answer with Bhushan Karmarkar.
Crazy. One person found.
Ace
That's
pawn
amazing.
Says, can we go knight c2? But ace pawn, the problem is, if you go here, I take, and this knight cannot take back. It's pinned. So maybe rook c1. Bishop b6. Now knight c2 makes sense, but I then win a2. And suddenly, black also has extra pawns. PDP says, Sagar bhai, fix your mic, please. I thought the mic is doing okay, yeah? That's not a problem.
You know, I'm going to make a bold statement. I really want to be at Pragg's game to analyze what all possibilities are there, because you have to be so bold to give a full rook. You know, वो रुका नहीं रुक देने को. So without even knowing what's happening. So that shows he is not looking at how many points he's at right now, where his standings are. He's only believing in his calculations, Sagar. That too against Matthias. We have a candidates clash happening here. Can we believe it?
Yeah.
Mazedar. Crazy.
And Amruta, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is winning. He will reach to a massive lead in this tournament. Look at this. He's already on 4.5. He'll reach to 5.5 out of 7. That's huge.
Yeah, he found some brilliant e5 move which we saw, Sagar. And that's kind of done for Vincent. I think in this tournament, a bit unexpectedly, we have seen, with a lot of time in hand, still players missing some tactical shots.
All over. Vincent Keymer is losing this, and Pragg is thinking about his move. Fedoseev, Thai Dai 1. Oh, Fedoseev in trouble. Thai Dai 1 could score his first win today. Not easy, but he can push. He can push. For sure, he can push. Knight d4, ed4, bad structure. This pawn is weak. So Thai Dai 1 could win. Meanwhile, Anish Giri has now a huge moment, Amruta. If we can go to that game, because Anish might just beat Gukesh. We saw c5, and we were thinking Gukesh would come back with his bishop to defend the pawn. But Gukesh says, no, I'm going for a counter attack. I'm attacking here. If you take my bishop, you'll lose the rook. If you play bishop d7, I'll take on b6, attacking another rook. And now Anish has to find the best move.
बेस्ट मूव क्या है रे? रे तू मत बता.
Oh my goodness,
Chat.
Amruta,
What's
Amruta,
the
Amruta,
best
Amruta,
move?
Amruta,
Let's
मेरी बात
go.
सुनो.
काय को सुनूं तेरी बात? पूरा दिन सुनती रहती हूँ तेरी बड़बड़ 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 बड़बड़. थोड़ा तो इधर ब्रेक मिल.
Oh,
मतलब
by the way, guys, it's time for some ambit gambit of the day. This is the moment where Anish has to find not only rook e7, but then after bishop d2, knight takes g3, h takes g3, rook e4, d4, queen g3, and this is crazy. I mean, this is the type of play. That is the ambit gambit of the day. भाई मजा आ जाए अगर ये हो जाए बोर्ड पर.
Wijk and Z has to be crazy. Z. मजा आ गया. Oof. And the chat has found a move, Sagar. Look at this. Rook e7. सागर भाई ऑडिट की एग्जाम 31 को पोस्टपोन हो रखा है. ICAI भी अटेम्प्ट लगा रखा है इसमें.
ऑडिट का एग्जाम लगता है उन्होंने पेपर को ऑडिट किया फिर से और बोला कि भाई ये ठीक नहीं है.
Oh my god.
But I think Anish.
आदर्श इज सेइंग इतना ना हो पाएगा अनिश से. टू कॉम्प्लिकेटेड.
I mean, look at this. Take. It is. Anish has to believe in himself. Take. Rook takes. I think even the chat has started to feel that there are times when Anish is not able to do justice to his amazing talent by not being able to find some moves. But you know what, Amruta, here?
But last year with Gukesh, he played a brilliant game, and that makes me think that he may be able to find. What did he play? Rook e7.
Rook e7 first move. And now Gukesh will go bd2 for sure because he wants to defend this. And then Anish must find this knight takes g3 move. Otherwise, he could even find knight d6. But look at Anish. Oh, he removes his jacket. Oh,
blazer बोलते हैं सागर उसे. Blazer.
Amruta, what if he removed his jacket and goes and like boxes with his opponent?
नहीं वो I think who will be more fit, Anish or Gukesh?
Fitness Gukesh.
But Anish can very easily lift his 3 kids.
Yeah.
So maybe Anish has some fitness abilities as well.
No, and also Nikhil told us, right, that he's starting to, whenever he drops Danny to his sessions, he also goes for his gym sessions. So Danny goes to football and...
Wow. And Jaikar says, Amrita will send my library photos tomorrow. Chalega.
And Jaikar, today your question was asked and Nikhil, who was our guest, really loved it. So kudos to you. 4 takes, king e1. Oh, knight e1. Amrita, he escaped from this pin now. Arjun is actually now an exchange up. But the problem is he's a pawn down. And this is an intense endgame now.
Okay, I think Arjun will manage this.
Manage what? Draw?
No, not draw.
जीतेगा?
हाँ, जीतेगा भाई वो. कैसे तो करके he'll convert the material advantage, Sagar. 33 minutes for him, 25 moves done.
Guys,
and only 15 minutes for Yaz.
Guys, do like the stream and do help us reach 28,95,600 subscribers. If you're watching ChessBase India and haven't subscribed, this is the time. Guys, subscribe kar do. Also like kar do stream ko. And if you want to contribute to the future of Indian chess, you can support helpchess.org. We are supporting many young talents.
Where's Soumya ma'am? We are missing Soumya a lot, but she's going to be traveling for her chess camp, guys, at Chola Chess tomorrow. She will be over there and she will drop in for sure. But today she had already mentioned she may not be able to come. Yeah, she's missing on some amazing stuff here, but what to do? Hota hai. And Pragg's game, one of the things which is worrying Sagar in Pragg's game, if we go there, abhi ke liye, can we go there? Pehle to. Pragg's down to 27 minutes. Although like 40-50 minutes of advantage is going lower and lower, but it's a very critical position. So chalega. सागर भाई फॉलोइंग यू सिंस ब्लॉगिंग डेज बोल रहे हैं अभिषेक. ओ माय गॉड, दैट वुड बी लाइक 2009 or 10, 2010 or something.
इतना भी नहीं, 2012 रहेगा, 13 12. हाँ, but मैं तो blog
2012 he used to write all these college katta economics, क्या था वो, kattanomics and all those things.
Jordan,
Crazy.
today is going to be a tough day for Indians, except for Pragg. Everyone seems to be in danger because look at Arvind Amruta. He's completely in trouble here.
Arey Sagar, I want to analyze Pragg's game. Why are we not going there? Because I think it's a very critical
Because Pragg
moment.
has not made a move.
No, but what should he play is the question.
Bishop b5, it's already decided.
Are you sure that there is no other thing to play there?
Now a sack coming in, Amruta. Jordan can take here, take here, take here. And this is really bad.
Ooh, so today the Dutch players, Anish and Van Foreest, are going wild. I mean, yesterday we used the word wild a lot because of Forest in general. Forest, wild forest. Yeah. So. And Ravi Kumar says, just started my morning here in San Jose watching your stream.
Sorry, Ravi Kumar.
Good morning.
Oh, it's a good morning. By the way, guys,
Where-
a huge moment in the game of Gukesh and Anish. Now the question to all of you is, can Anish Giri play knight takes pawn? Is the best move there? And this is a key moment. Look at Anish there. Totally
And look
focused.
at Gukesh. He's yawning and relaxed, which means that he's showing Anish that I'm not worried about your knight sack.
He's
I don't
playing-
even
he's
care.
playing with Anish,
Anish will play.
psychologically.
Anish will take on G3. And Collateral says, Amruta is looking cool. Reminds me of the 80s rock stars. हाँ सागर, 80s rock stars. आपका तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था, 90s में born हुआ आप. By the way, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है सागर. चैट में भी people are very very active.
People are saying my mannat is working. Arey bhai, which mannat is working? Gukesh is in trouble. Your mannat is not working right now.
Shrija says, where did you write your blogs, Sagar bhai? Would love to see them. अरे wait, I will
There are
share
two
you.
blogs.
Sagar-
One is Sagar teaches chess.
अरे वो नहीं पूछ रहे कोई अभी के लिए.
And the second is Sagar Shah Chess.
बट उसमें चेस
.blogspot.com.
का सिर्फ नहीं है, उसमें सब कुछ है.
Sagar Shah Chess.blogspot.com and Sagar teaches chess. These are the two ones. .blogspot है मतलब .com नहीं है.
है ना. और उसमें you can read the Rose Day poem, guys. And Kattanomics. And also Sicilian wala.
Oh Cecilia, no money, begging you please to come home. Oh Cecilia.
Lot of JEE aspirants in the chat
Oh, कब है उसका
studying.
exam?
I don't know when your
Oh,
exam is.
He's going for it.
Oh.
नहीं knight d6 खेल रहा है वो.
नहीं
He's
नहीं.
going back
Why do you think so?
because his hand was like this.
Intuition. मतलब you feel the energy if the hand is going
Yeah.
forward, yeah?
Yeah, no, his hand was like, let's bring the knight back.
Oh, but
Actually,
look, right now he looks very closely and he thinks that wait, there's knight g3. Should I look at it more closely?
because if you take queen g3 directly, guys, then the bishop comes back. So that's the reason why you have to begin with sacking here. Now you can take with the rook or the pawn. Taking with the pawn is better. Taking with the rook is lost. Queen g3
Another rook sack in a way. आज
King
कितना ही rook
h1
sack?
and rook d8, and you are playing an entire rook down. It's too tough. I think Pragg, we should really praise Pragg for the way he's playing. It's not at all easy.
Pragg
No
or
one is
Anish or Gukesh?
No, Pragg, because the way in which he sacrificed. Amruta, look at this. You have to find bishop a6 and too many tough moves. Queen f2 को you have to find rook d6 with a check. भाई ये नहीं होगा भाई, ये नहीं होगा, ये किसी से भी नहीं होगा. Not just Anish. It's not easy for
That's
even.
why Gukesh is relaxed. You know, he cannot just show that he is relaxed if he's not. The body language is very different. And at the end of it, they are chess players. They are not actors.
Because knight
So-
e6 attacks the queen and the bishop. Queen
Hmm.
b6, and I think this is a more practical way to play this position.
Rohit says Anish closing eyes. God mode activated. He will calculate but will not play knight g3, says Adarsh. And I think I agree with you. He started to calculate right now. In this case, what I disagree is he will not play because he was almost about to play, and if he stopped, then itna calculate करने के बाद he'll say कि I have used all my time, let me go for it. Abhishek says must read on Sagar's block is his love story. Forever waiting for the part 2 though.
My part 2 of my love story became too complicated. Guys. I cannot
Very
write
good.
it without hurting people. That's why I didn't write.
Aha, truth to be told. You always can, Sagar. You're a very good writer, actually. We have Dinesh Sairam, who has super chatted 10 pounds and says, heavy is the head that wears the crown. The pressure being put on a youngster like Gukesh is insane. He has several good years ahead of him, and I hope he finds his form back soon. That's what Dinesh has said.
It's well said, Dinesh. We also, it's like, you know, becoming the world champion is both a privilege as well as a pressure. And I think Gukesh speaks about it really well. He does say he has the pressure, but he's also learning a lot. So he didn't do it.
Arey, Adarsh was right. He
No.
will calculate, but he will not play it.
So he did
And
play
that
knight
has-
b6, queen b6, takes. But I think, Amruta, it's a good decision by Anish.
Yeah,
Because-
practical decision, you can
Because the
say.
resulting position is one-way traffic now. It's like whether Anish will be able to beat Gukesh or a draw. I don't think Gukesh has any chances here.
Oof. मजा आ गया. But you know, even having such a position to calculate where there can be such sacrifices and all that, you go back home, you solve them. It's memorable, I would say, for a chess player to look back at those games, at those moments. But going back to Pragg's game, guys, because here we have all the idli and dosa happening. He's given a check. Is he going to repeat? Oh yes, he is repeating. So that means that he did not go for the bishop b5 ideas. Oh, they're looking at each other and it's a clear-cut draw claim there. The handshake done. Oh, mera
Oh,
dil
no.
toot gaya, Sagar. A draw over here. Of course, a practical decision again over here for Pragg. But it was risky to play. But still, maza hi aata tha if at all he would have gone
What?
bishop b5, no? Where you mentioned.
Yeah.
Here. Still, I wanted to check if it is ending up in draw eventually or not. Like, let's say you go bishop b5 and what is your threat? So, this was my question to understand.
I think it's more like what will black do?
Mhm.
I'll react. So, for example, you play
Rook is,
a6.
let's say you go rook c8 and just save your rook.
Rook takes knight.
Very difficult. Not even a move in the, consideration.
No, because if you take with the rook, then queen g5 check and you lose the queen. So you
And
have to
if you
take with the
take,
pawn.
oh, this is a cool one, that your queen is lost because these squares are covered. Very cool. So then you had to take with the
Pawn.
pawn.
Now bishop g3
Such moves are very difficult to make though.
with the
I would
idea of
say.
bishop h4.
I cannot
You
take
cannot
my
run.
king anywhere.
Yeah.
Can I go rook?
Can you go
Oh,
queen
then
f5?
this is just giving it.
Queen f5 to get the queen out from there. But now queen d6 is checkmate.
Yeah, like black threatened a checkmate here. Not checkmate. Bishop f1 is anyway there. So rook f6 was the only move here.
Yeah.
And maybe a draw still somewhere, but with more pressure
It's
on.
tough. It's tough. And I think overall, maybe you have to have this Mikhail Tal-like attitude in order to continue here. That when you don't see anything clear, you still want to play on. And I don't think Pragg is someone who I think Gukesh would continue in such positions. Pragg is more like clarity based. He likes clear lines, clear variations. So that was, but a great game by Pragg. I must give it to him. One of his finest games in terms of intuitive sacrifices, preparation, and he was giving us a great time. But the game got cut too short. And also kudos to Bluebaum.
Yeah, like my hair. The game got cut too short.
Nice.
Kudos to Bluebaum.
Amruta, right now a bird has just put a nest here.
Where?
Yeah, kudos to Bluebaum for defending brilliantly. And right now Anish Giri is really putting up the pressure on Gukesh. So this is one game. Now let's do a roundup quickly so that you know what's going on, guys.
We have, but do you want me to read the chat?
Yeah,
or
sure.
later?
Please. So the roundup mein Thai Dai 1 is definitely pressing against Fedoseev with white pieces. I won't be surprised if Thai Dai 1 wins his first game here. Bluebaum and Praggnanandhaa just ended in a draw, the first result of the day. And look at this. This is a totally lost position for Vincent Keymer with the white pieces. He's losing against Nodirbek, who will now extend his lead if he wins this game. It's insane. Anish Giri against Gukesh is a clearly better position for Anish. He has his rooks nicely placed. The bishop is really going to be useful against the light square weaknesses. Black king is safe. Pawns are equal. Guys, if Gukesh saves this, it would be huge. And then we have Niemann versus Javokhir Sindarov, a game that I must say has been maybe one of the dull ones today, but also one which is strategically quite rich because the bishop puts pressure here, the knights are well placed, the queen is okay, b5 could be weak. So Sindarov definitely putting pressure on Hans, and these are the kinds of positions that Hans does not like so much. And then we go to Aravindh Chithambaram versus Jorden. This game clearly in Jordan's favor right now. He has equal material. He's what? If you count the pawns, he's pawn up. This is weak. Sacrifices galore. Rook could enter in. The other rook could trade. So good position for white. And then finally, Arjun versus Yagiz, Kaan, Erdogmus. Arjun, I don't know how to assess this position. Arjun has a rook for a bishop and pawn. If you consider knight and bishop as equal, but they are not. Actually, it's double bishop pair and these pawns here. I think black has really good position. And maybe Arjun will not find it easy, to hold this.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, the pawns on a4, b5, c6 look amazing, but Ajju bhai kuch kar hi lega. E4, starting with his own pawns over there. Please refresh the bars, Sagar. That's the question here. And we have Ramit says, this is crazy too. I have been watching the stream from Doha to Seattle in Qatar Airways. Ooh, Starlink is great. Ooh. Amruta absolutely love the Hendrix look. Who is Hendrix?
Henrique.
Who?
Hendrix.
I do not know, but he sounds to be
Hendrix.
cool.
I think it must mean that asterisk wala book mein.
मैं ढूंढ लूंगी उसको. And black Matt says, wow, Amrita ma'am, you've grown so long hair in an hour. Which oil do you use? Please give me that because my brother Sagar Shah needs this. I think your brother is doing pretty fine.
Yes. People who want me to look better need it for me. I don't need it.
I think his neurons
Queen
need
G4.
more space, so it's
Queen
good
G4.
that.
Queen G4 played by AG. AG.
OG
Loji Sunoji.
करता हूँ.
मैं हूँ मनमोजी. क्या है यार हम लिरिक्स भूल गए तुम. वो 15 रुपए की बुक में कल पढ़ा था ना तुमने.
ये वाला नहीं था.
Chessbase India Oils. Yes, guys, please order it on shop.chessbase.in. pre-order के लिए रखते हैं भाई अपना best
अरे
selling
लोग
product.
सच में सीरियसली जाके ढूंढ लेंगे.
People are saying Jim Hendrix is 60s 70s guitarist.
बस गिटार की कमी है. समय रैना से ले ही लेंगे उसके पास है. विदित के पास भी है.
विदित का गिटार. भाई विदित को फोन लगाओ यार अमृता.
लगाऊं?
हाँ नहीं ठीक है.
बोल.
We don't want to disturb.
तेरे बर्थडे पे लगाते हैं. चल.
Now he's a married man plus he is also coding plus he is.
क्यों तू तो मैरिड था तब सब तेरे को फोन करते थे. तब तो ठीक है. तब तो बोलते थे हाँ कभी भी करो कोई नहीं. फिर
तो वो तो मैं थोड़ी ना
मैरिज से थोड़ी ना फोन बैन हो जाता है.
मैं तो एक सिंपल बंदा हूँ. मेरे को कोई कुछ भी कर सकता है.
सिंपल बंदा तो विदित सिंपल बंदा नहीं है. बोल. विदित सिंपल बंदा नहीं है.
विदित तो सुपर जी है ना.
तू तो मुंबई में रहता है. वो तो नासिक का है.
नासिक का ही आशिक है वो. Oh, by the way, rook c4 now. Rook to c4. Attack the queen. The queen, I mean, hardly has squares to go to, guys. Look, imagine if I go queen e7, rook c2, and eventually these light squares are going to make it very difficult. I think Gukesh's task is going to be tough. Firstly, Anish. Rook c4, I think it's a natural move. It's not at all a bad move. I want to go full screen on Anish Giri. You can see Anish's face, Amruta. It's written on his face that he feels he can win this.
किधर?
He's going for rook c4. He's playing it. AG. He plays it. He finds the best move. Anish playing some incredible chess here. 13 minutes for Anish, 15 for Gukesh. This game reminds me of their encounter of last year where Anish totally outplayed Gukesh, but in the end Gukesh had the last laugh. It is also on our channel, guys, if you haven't seen it. It's titled as Gukesh's first game after becoming the world champion.
$30 moves done.
Yeah.
15 minutes for Gukesh, 13 minutes for Anish, and opposite colored bishop again, and Anish better again. Deja vu.
Actually, people, I mean, Luigi Sturniolo says it right that queen d5 is the only move here. That's true, guys. Queen d5 is the only move.
Why? If let's say he goes a move like queen b5, okay? Why is it losing? Because of rook c2 or anything else?
I think the main problem is, Amruta, I go queen e4 with bishop b7 and you are busted. So keeping the queen here means that you're not easily able to coordinate your bishop and queen to checkmate me.
But what if rook c2 right now? Because the idea is still, queen h3, bishop f5, bishop e4.
Now?
I used to have bishop f5 also. Very nice. Queen e2. You have queen d8 and I'll... Wait. Yeah, queen e2 को क्या करोगे? Rook f2 क्या?
Maybe it's a draw now. Check and check. Check. Say for example.
Okay, queen. Sorry, f5.
Even this is so difficult, Amruta. Take queen e4 and then draw. It's tough. It's tough.
एक second. वो position not here. Queen d5 को bishop f5 खेलेंगे तो with the idea of bishop e4. Actually, I don't care about the rook again. Bishop e4.
ये मर रहा है ना?
Bishop e4 को queen c4 because there is no queen h3 also. Okay, all decoded over here. समझ गया.
Guys, tough one, tough one. And you know, Amrita, you were saying
And
that Arjun may be able to get the better of Yaz
but
Khan,
not really.
but actually it's turning out the other way. Yaz is the one who's putting pressure. The only thing that can come in between Yaz and his ability to push is his lack of experience, that little bit of 14-year-old things that he has. He's like,
याज ने माज नहीं करना है basically.
yeah, he has to just, but he's getting excited. I can feel like no one needs to feel it.
No,
You can see
generally
it.
he's very fidgety, a little moving, and time pressure is. I think these are the skills he'll slowly improve. He calculates like I think he feels a bit nervous in general, but this is just the first tournament. By the way, Anirudh says, "Hello Sagar Amrita, my son Venkat Ramana, 6 years old, joined again, saying hi to you both." Arey, hi Venkat.
Hello, Venkat Ramana. By the way, Amruta, Yaz is like, I think, feeling the pressure of the clock because he has 8 more moves to make and he has 8 minutes 39 seconds. And for all those who do not know about Yaz Khan Erdogmus, guys, remember the name. It's Yagiz, but it's pronounced as Yaz. And he is just 14 years old and he's actually outplayed Arjun Erigaisi today with black pieces. That's not easy. That's not easy. It's just insane. And meanwhile, Nodirbek Abdusattorov OP, he has won his game against Vincent Keymer. He's now the sole leader by even a bigger margin. And Bishop E7 played here by Yaz.
I'm just looking at what is the counterplay White can get here. Ajju bhai ko
Oh, Amrita, Gukesh
open
blundered. Gukesh blundered
Big
massively.
blunder. So he did not find a move Queen D5.
He played Queen D6 and now Queen E4 with the idea of Bishop D7 is game over.
He finds it. Anish has found it.
He's going
Because
to,
he's
he's
immediately
going
going to the queen.
He's going for the queen.
Ooh,
Gukesh has made
another
a
heartbreak.
huge mistake because Gukesh had to move his queen to D5. He goes Queen D6 and Queen E4 found by AG.
This is,
Anish Giri. And now it's Bishop H3 coming, Bishop B7 coming, and look at Anish there. He knows he's got the world champion. He knows he's beaten him here. And all the people, the Dutch crowd, is getting super excited about that. There'll be a
Hans
lot of
Niemann over there watching the game. Maybe, that may be much more lower. And if you can for a moment keep the board on the corner to just show the viewers over here.
maybe we can
It's
go into
all
this
super
view,
crowded.
Amrita.
And Anish
This will
knows
show
it.
the viewers and look at them. Everyone's getting excited. They can feel it. They can feel the energy in the air. Anish Giri, guys, if you haven't subscribed to Chess Base India, subscribe कर दो दोस्तों. यही excitement पूरे साल भर लाना है. To bring you this year the candidates, the Olympiad, the World Championship match, the World Rapid and Blitz, the Freestyle World Championship, Pragg Masters, Norway Chess, सब कुछ. Plus, a lot of young talents also uncovered. For example, today we have already 2 interviews. One with Tamil Amudan, 8-year-old kid, almost the youngest kid in the world to reach 2000 ELO. We interviewed him. And also 92nd GM of India, Aryan Varshne. तो भाई like कर दो यार दोस्तों, like करो और subscribe करो.
Pashwini saying, I am feeling very bad for Gukesh. Yes, this is a tough moment, guys, but he has to face the wrath over here with the white pieces of Anish.
Why?
But
What
yesterday.
wrath? But why?
Now, because Bishop E7 is happening, no? What
But
you
why
said?
wrath?
Because he did not get any chance here.
Wrath is basically anger, no? Gussa.
Oh, really? Okay, very sorry for my English then. तू तो बहुत लकी था कॉन्वेंट स्कूल में गया है बचपन में सागर.
अरे भाई भाई भाई.
हम तो एकदम सिंपल से दाल चावल खा के बड़े हुए हैं अफ्रीका में वो भी. So not wrath, क्या बोलेंगे? Can you correct me? Correct my English.
Gukesh is facing Anish is no, I mean wrath is not a bad word actually to use, although it doesn't.
I mean on the board.
It doesn't fit in with Anish's.
Because knight G3 maybe that was
Yeah.
the move there. But otherwise, it not. But I think anyway, yesterday has been tough for him with that blunder. Today, somewhere, nothing to do with that game though. Anish played well, and you face it. You kind of try to make a comeback every single round there. Like Pragg, and there were 4 players, Sagar, who are on only 2 points. And look at how Pragg played today. Like complete brilliancy in general. You cannot relate the points with the quality of the games for every single game. It's like one game is a tournament on its own. Onslaught is the word you're looking for, says Amit Rao. नहीं, मैं मराठी मीडियम से नहीं हूँ. मेरा कोई लैंग्वेज ही ठीक नहीं था. इंग्लिश मीडियम से ही हूँ, बट स्कूल ज़्यादा गई नहीं. आई यूज्ड टू प्ले टूर्नामेंट्स. फिर भी प्रोडिजी नहीं थी. फिर भी
तुम
I'm not good at anything. Like I was like,
no, but you are very good at not being good at anything. इसलिए तो अपन दोनों साथ में हैं अमृता.
why?
दोनों अच्छे not being good at anything. खाना बराबर खाते हैं टाइम पे. We are good at eating our dinner at time.
That's why we are made for each other. Oh my god.
This relationship feels toxic. ठीक है दोस्तों. King
No,
F2.
this is over. I think the
He's trying to.
resignation might come soon.
No, not resignation. He's trying to run yet. Bishop B7 से
No, but
attack
Queen
कर
G2,
सकते हैं.
Rook
There's also
C2.
Bishop H3 here.
Queen H1, Rook Queen takes A1. क्या क्या नहीं हो रहा है.
I think today definitely Gukesh risked a bit too much, and Anish took advantage of almost every single opportunity except for that knight sack which he missed.
Yeah, also Rook A7 was a critical move which Anish found on the
Yeah.
board. I think it
Yeah.
was amazing. Also moves like B6 which didn't feel good, like intuitive with the Rook on A6. You're suddenly changing the plan, but
Yeah, I found this one to be like a really tough move to make. You have this rook which has possibilities on this rank, but you play b6 and simply shut it off. That's not common, guys. That's very rare. That's very rare. And so king f2 now, and well, we have to look at Arjun.
Rakshit had asked a question, but wasn't Queen d5 simple to find, Sagar? Very surprising. Gukesh missed it.
Yeah.
Queen d5, the problem with the move, I'll tell you why Gukesh must have missed it. Sometimes it feels that you are on a light square diagonal, and anyway, black will get a tempo. So that is a possibility to have it intuitive sometimes. Sakar says, by the way, did you see Vedant's opening prep against Faustino?
Oh yeah, what's
Not
happening
yet.
there? No, we've seen, Amruta. We saw it many times.
Okay,
That
Sagar
game.
saw it many times.
But what's happening now? Vedant is...
तुमको
हाँ, 10-5. And okay, Vedant is pushing, Amruta. He is a pawn up. He's pushing against Faustino. I hope that Vedant manages to put pressure on Faustino here, because he has his opportunity, but Faustino is a very, very confident guy. He's a very confident guy. So, by the way, the battle between two leaders, Suleimanli and Andy Woodward, ended in a draw, while Ivanchuk is completely winning his game against Lu Miaoi. So,
Ivanchuk is somehow I
हाँ, तो
always see
धीरे-धीरे-
him walking and
धीरे धीरे वो अच्छा आगे ऊपर आ रहे हैं.
not much at the board. Oof.
Okay, Amruta.
People were saying Anish will blunder. I really doubt. I mean,
Doubt.
this. If Anish has played till here, also he's played well this game. It's
Yeah.
not like he got this position
No,
by
I don't think
mere.
he's blunder. And
this
Amruta,
thing.
वो क्या रहता है कि it's like he has to play on the light square complex, and Gukesh has all the pieces on dark square. So it's not even easy to make a mistake here.
Correct. As they say, one who is in attacking position in opposite colored bishops enjoys the advantage of being a piece up. So itna advantage hai. It's like this bishop cannot help for defense, and imagine Anish is as good as a piece up here. According to the Indians, even double that way, -7. It's so bad over here. So, Yusuya says, Agar by simplicity is the most difficult thing to reach. And I really love that you are there.
Thank you, bhai. And by the way, now with rook f1, maybe rook c2, maybe there's rook c6 to transfer here. Not so simple, guys. Not so simple to finish it off. Also, time can run low, Amruta. This is the game you can stick on. I'll take a short break because I have a call, guys, a very important one. I would have tried to postpone it, but it is an important one, so I'll come back in very shortly.
जल्दी जल्दी आओ.
बोर्ड को इधर रखना और साइड में मत लेके जाना.
आज एम्बिट टी-शर्ट यू वेयरिंग? क्या बात है? Ooh, there we have. I don't know if Vijay, who is the Gukesh fan wearing the shirt right now, realizes it's a tough position. Maybe if you're watching without an engine, I think it could be slightly difficult because you might count the material and white is a pawn up. You'll see the king is weak, but maybe it's a little difficult to assess that this is completely lost. So rook c6 played here. And look at Anish over here, kind of going backward on his chair, a bit relaxed here with this last move. The queen is attacked, and now the rook is coming to f6 here. He feels very relaxed. Yeah, Vijay Rajendran, the super fan. Can I check the black king and take the bishop? Ooh, that's a good question, but there is a big problem here. Because if you do that, then what's the move? Black to play, guys. Find the only move. I'm sure we'll get a lot of answers here. Oopsie. The board is, I just have to move it a bit aside. Oh my god, we have already have 25 answers and you guys have got it right. It's a disco there. Let me just show you the move. Kasturi, Spark, Nilesh, Devjyot, क्या हुआ सागर? दिव्यांश, आकाश, मृत्युंजय, Anu, Soro, and Krishna. So beautiful there. The move is नहीं है क्या? Rook f6 and you lose the queen in a disco. So rook c6
I found the best move. I messaged.
अच्छा तो तू आ जाए तब तक. Not in the camera. So rook c6 and Gukesh is thinking, I don't know, Sagar, like, do you think he's going to resign here? He's going to play on? But 2 games are over. For all those who are joining right now, Nodirbek has beaten Vincent Keymer. Matthias versus Praggnanandhaa has been a draw. But a beautiful game where Pragg sacked his rook. And now going back in time pressure because Ayaz Khan is down to 1 minute. And look at this position, Sagar. We have to come here because I think for Anish versus Gukesh, Anish is clearly winning. This is 40th move here. 7th board. Let's go here.
But Amruta, let's stick with Anish. I think game might end there.
Here, you think there will be a resignation? He goes queen d8 check, king h7, and it seems it's going to get over. The bars are updated. Wow, I love the crowd over there. I mean, so many people. For the players, it's always motivating that so much crowd is there. Of course, they have to be silent. It's important. Um,
Okay,
but it's a great sight.
meeting is cancelled.
Huh?
So I can be here.
Come here.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं.
Acha? Oh, so Sagar will be with us. Side by one question: does it require more positional understanding to play closed positions as compared to playing open positions? Would love to hear your views. It's a great question.
Yeah, we can talk about it after this game ends, Suyash bhai. Just one thing which I wanted to tell the viewers is that this entire look, which one of the members in the chat did mention, with people standing in the background. By the way, Bishop C3 played. Let's focus on the chess right now. But the main thing is, it does remind of some old. यार रखो ना यार
नहीं नहीं
उधर.
तुमको अरे मुझे लगा तुम दिखा रहे हो
नहीं
ना,
मुझे
तो
नहीं
देखना
दिखाना है,
पड़ेगा।
वो सिर्फ देख रहे हो, कब का
अच्छा।
सुबह से ही देख रहे हो. ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई.
अरे मुझे लगा कि दिस एंटायर बैकग्राउंड
Guys,
तो मैं
do
बोली
you have any interest in seeing the crowd behind or the chessboard? You tell me.
it should match with what you're saying, you know, Sagar.
Oh, by
That
the
is
way, Amruta,
important.
look at this finish. By the way, the finish is
हाँ.
rook takes c3.
Chessboard, crowd, board, crowd. See, it's 50%. Oh, ha. Thank
सच
you.
बोला अमृता, नहीं तो
Awesome.
तेरा बहुत बार है ना,
ये-
तेरे को जो मन में आता है वही तू देखती है.
Chess girl in the crowd.
And guys,
crowd, chessboard, board.
Can you
cycle,
finish
crowd,
it?
crowd.
Can you finish it off black to play?
Okay, it is clearly 50%. Well, now you're talking about the crowd. But it is not at all very clear, Sagar. It is board or anything.
Bishop a6 is a beautiful move mentioned by so many people. And there is a mate here. And this is amazing. So I think Anish can finish it off. I also see the change in body language of both the players, Amruta, if you look carefully. Anish looks more calm. Gukesh looks like as if he's just completely lost
Look at him.
it.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head. He's like,
Maybe we can just remove that. Look at Anish also. He's also feeling it for Gukesh in a way.
no, he's not feeling it at all. He wants to win, Amruta. He wants to badly win. Like
He
last
wants to win.
last
There is
year,
zero doubt.
there is no way he's feeling anything. Last year he was like +4 or something, and Gukesh beat him. So he's
No, so that
clearly
was the opposite colored bishop when Anish beat Gukesh. That was previous to previous year.
yeah. Yeah, there were 2 times that Anish has beaten Gukesh in Wijk.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think there was one draw, and then there is this win with Gukesh. And now Anish, so Anish has quite a big plus score against Gukesh, which is why I think, in a way, if Anish does win the the candidates, he would really enjoy his chance of playing against Gukesh. On the other hand, if Caruana wins, who is actually a very, very big favorite in the candidates, Gukesh has a very big plus score against Fabi in almost all formats.
Actually, that's a great point because in terms of experience, definitely Caruana is a big favorite for candidates. He missed last year also, but then at a level, if you want to compare where they have played, the history between them, Gukesh in the recent times have been somehow managing, even if he has been in the worst positions.
By the way, Amruta, bad news for Indian fans.
Why?
Because he sacks it.
Oh, lovely. But Anish is loved
Not
by...
just here. Arvind Chithambaram lost to Jordan. So it's actually going to be 2-0 against Netherlands today. Like Jordan beats Arvind and Anish beats Gukesh. So Queen G2 check is the best move now.
And we have 3,000 people watching. Guys, do like the stream in general.
Queen G2 check. King E1 is forced and Bishop A6. It's khatam. Khalas. Tata.
This is getting over. We are not even reaching 40 moves over here. Resignation is happening soon. I don't know why is Anish, Sagar having this expression sometimes, which means like, I don't know, is it confusion? Is it anything? I also look at his shirt. It's a new one. There's
has-
Optiver and there's also chess monitor.
Yes, it's his newest new acquisition of Anish.
Ooh, he's
And now
wow.
Bishop A6 found in an instant, and I pretty much think Gukesh will resign. And
Anish Giri beats Gukesh over here.
a
What
great game. I think
Yeah, he played
almost a flawless game by Anish, guys.
Really played
Really gave no chance to Gukesh. I'm pretty sure Anish wants to talk about the game, but Gukesh is in no mood to even speak one bit here. Oh, he speaks.
He did not like something. I think when Anish is asking him, yeah, about a variation, I think something which Anish asked, and he said, I did not like that line. ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को.
And the thing about Anish is that even when he loses, he's ready to discuss. So he doesn't find it very disturbing. And by the way, look at people in the crowd excited for Anish doing well because he is the Dutch #1. So today, a big day for Dutch fans as we move our attention to the big clash here between Yaz Kaan Erdogmus and Arjun Erigaisi.
Okay, this is a
This
very
is big
important
one.
game, and I want to see what happened in the last few
Amruta,
moves. because
Amruta!
Arjun is
They've
Arey.
hit 40 moves. Yaz has got 30 extra minutes.
Oof, crazy.
Which means that Yaz is actually going to press against Arjun, and the position has only gotten worse for Arjun. See, what happened was, if we look here, we saw till bishop e7. Then he pushed the pawn, he kicked the knight. The knight went back, he brought his king up. The main point to notice here is that Yaz is making use of each and every piece of his. सब हर एक रिसोर्स को जो पूरा का पूरा फायदा उठाना रहता है वो उठा रहा है.
Though only the people who have like restricted resources know how to do that. बहुत ज्यादा मटेरियल रहता है तो अरे ये पॉन पुश करूं या वो पॉन पुश करूं या ये नाइट आगे बढ़ाओ, बहुत कुछ है ना.
एंड तो ये देखा क्या, उसने पहले बिशप f4 लाया, किंग को ऊपर लाया, एक पॉन को पुश किया. मे बी ही हैड टू टेक ऑन h2.
Now listen to this philosophical dialogue, Sagar. It's always prestigious to have just enough.
Prestigious?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to use that word prestigious?
Yes, actually I have a write-up on this, which is a personal one. So there I have used it. I remembered right now. It is prestigious according to my perception.
By the way, we have someone in the chat. Nasruddin says, love for my Turkish boy. Yeah, I am pretty sure that, all the Turkish chess fans are going to have an absolutely fun time in the next few years with Yaz Kaan Erdogmus's rise to the top. I think it would be pretty similar to how the Indian fans enjoyed, Amruta, when Pragg, Gukesh, Arjun, and all of these Nihal young kids were rising.
Oh yeah, actually for Turkey, it's one of the most exciting phases of their chess journey for the country.
And here, guys, I want to play a2, but the rook comes back. So what's a good move here for black to play?
In the meantime, Suyash has asked a question. Do you think players of the romantic era of chess were simply more beautiful, figuring out everything by pure potential of the human mind?
Yeah. I mean, not
more or less, because what they got in that, they did their best. What right now these chess players are getting in that, they are doing their best. I mean, if you put Yaz in the 1960s through hypothetically some time travel, he's also going to be playing beautiful there. Or if you put Bobby Fischer right now, he's also going to be using engines and managing to find some amazing players. So yeah, Maybe it's about what era they are right now, and they are finding out the way. Okay, Ninja says, need your help. I'm ordering the book How to Reassess Your Chess. I don't know how to read chess books. Should I make notes? Should I read it completely and just play the positions?
I think the best way is to actually, um, I don't know which book has made the biggest impact on you in life, but the books that have made the biggest impact on me are when I actually read them and try to think about how I would apply them in my life, the points that I read. So maybe in the book, when you look at it, try to think about it. Maybe you read a few pages of the book. When there's a diagram, play it over on a board or on the computer, and then just close it and think about what you have learned. Like, for example, all the things that have been mentioned. Maybe you go on a walk to think, and then maybe try to apply it when you play. When you play over the board, when you play online games, just think about it. It will be very tough actually. At first, you will be like, oh, already chess is so complicated, now more things. But try to stay with it. Try to look at, it's a nice book. It'll help you.
Thank you, chess. Your love for chess is matchless. Thank you, Sagar. Your love for chess is matchless.
Yeah.
Oops. Sorry. Okay.
Just
Sagar.
a CA aspirant says, Sagar bhai, who can be the next big thing in Indian chess scenario? Today I interviewed this young boy. His name is Tamil Amudan.
Tamil is his name.
Yes, it's actually Tamizh, Tamiz, but it's pronounced as Tamil. And this boy is 8 years old. He's already rated 2032. You can check the interview. His skill is really, really amazing. And yeah, I mean, if he gets the right guidance, right resources. By the way, I must tell you one thing very seriously. Kaan Erdogmus is supported in a massive way by people in Turkey. There is a very well-known person there who supports young talents. Him and Edis Gurel. He's making sure to get the right training, right resources, everything. And this is just it's building a chess talent or a chess prodigy is not something that is by chance only. Like, talent can only take you so far. After that, you need the right talent. And for even a talent like Yaz, who is at this level, the expenses, Amruta, for a year could go anywhere between 1 to 2 crores.
इसके लिए talented होना ही नहीं. Okay, sorry, go on. खुल के हंस, थोड़ा चलता है.
By the way, Arjun, who has gotten a lot of time on the clock,
अरे कंटिन्यू करवा दो भाई.
is thinking, क्या बोलो आगे?
मेरे को पूरा गाली देंगे वो लोग. क्या इंटरप्टेड यू, तुम इतना सीरियस कुछ बता रहे थे मस्त. हाँ, सो इतना खर्चा है, फिर आगे क्या?
Yes, I think Grim Fandango says it true that childhood is sacrificed, and I wouldn't call it sacrifice though. I must tell you guys that these youngsters who are living their life of chess, they're enjoying it. Many of them.
Actually, childhood is a lot of fun also for many of them, because you don't have to go with the regular routine of every day going to the school, and they can try something different also. I mean, because they're liking chess. It's not like they're not liking. तो अलग है. कितना चांस है अर्जुन बचा लेगा ये? I think it's a very good chance. I mean, I would want to analyze this with
yeah, it's a good chance, but it's also quite dangerous because where is Arjun's counterplay? Think about it. Yaz has a passer here and here. So now I play bishop d5. I'm threatening h3, h2, h1. So Arjun needs to do something. His rook can't handle both the pawns. His king also can't do it. So you go g5. You want to create your own pawn or own passer. And let's say I push.
Yeah, I wanted to try e6 takes,
Yes.
but g6, but it's not working
It is.
because
Why not?
no, after g6 you will take on g6. Now you will go
H2 first.
okay, first h2, g7, e5, and I don't know if rook d1 or anything. Rook h1 you will play
Yeah,
maybe.
beautiful move, because if I take here, you make a queen.
Yes, and in the check I'll win the h2 pawn because it's on dark square, so that's the
And this
condition.
is equal.
Oh
So
wait, how is this equal?
because
Because
I'll take this.
a3,
Mhm.
rook takes h2.
No. If I take rook h2, then a2, and you're winning, right? So let's say
No,
rook
how is it
h2.
that also winning?
A2.
a2, rook h1,
Yeah.
b4.
Now I take you queen and I queen,
Ah,
and now it's winning for me.
oh.
So instead of playing here, I'll go king c1 to meet a2 with king b2. You
Mhm.
still can't take because I'll queen.
So.
And then b4, I
Huh,
take.
b4. This shouldn't
take-
be easy for white, huh? It has to be only accurate play or something. I am a bit surprised that this is a draw.
Yeah, it is tough work for white, but I think Arjun has this counterplay with g5, e6, g6. Meanwhile, I was a little bit naive with playing h3. I should have tried maybe king
B4.
d7. Try to get with my king towards the defense now.
b4 से a4 ही मर रहा था. Sorry, that was important.
And I defend this way, Amruta. So you can't easily get your g6 break.
No, but this Yas Kaan, I mean, today the way he has played with Arjun, too good. Like what we are able to witness over here. I'm very much hoping for Arjun to, find some resources. He's so good at, this. He has been losing yesterday also, but he found some ideas. Today also he's in trouble, but it is not lost. And yes, let's see how he manages, whether he manages to trick Yas in time pressure, because one of the things agar Yas comes under a lot of time pressure.
True.
So that is one thing, when you have a very clear weakness and yet you are so strong, that just shows that if that weakness is removed, how much stronger you're going to be. क्या हुआ?
बढ़िया.
नहीं मतलब मेरे को बहुत टाइम प्रेशर होता था. So अगर वो नहीं रहता था.
Another thing which you are not so good at. Guys, please make a compilation of all the things Amruta was not good at from this stream.
But
At managing time.
yeah, I'm not good at बहुत कुछ चीजें. And I've never been so proud of not being good at so many things until today, where you mentioned that we actually are so compatible in that. Oh man. Mohamed Arrow is very underrated. People should not forget that he belongs to the rare 2800 plus club, says Suyash.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I think his training has been a blessing for Yaz.
Daksh says I was trying to compile it. Video crossed 2 hours. What's the painting in the background? As Srija. It's by Akhil. Vishi's son, actually.
Yeah. It's a nice one, actually.
It's a deep meaning. Generally, what he does is, a lot of patterns. He's so good at patterns.
Chess and
I think you can't see
no,
so
it's maths
closely
and
though.
art. Maths and art.
Yeah, but the intricacies I think are not visible in the camera. But okay. Yeah, he's very good at patterns and he has some amazing paintings. You can check out. In fact, he has a Insta profile, Akhil, where a lot of Akhilisms, and he has a lot of not just paintings but some of his beautiful designs on t-shirts also. Sagar does have one with the Ganesha. which is beautiful. Sagar, you're not in the frame.
Yeah, I'll just come back in a second. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Was Yaz trained by Mamedero? Yes. In fact, there was, which tournament was it where both of them were playing? Yeah, FIDE Grand Swiss. Both of them were playing so well, if I remember. So King D2 has been played. And Yaz down to 24 minutes. This is just the move number 41st. And you know, guys, there have been times when the mistakes have happened on 41st and 42nd move also, which is called a post time pressure effect. Anu says, hi, just join. Are the eval bars wrong? Because it shows Arjun is losing. You know, actually, the bars until now were saying that Arjun was in trouble. But I think since we have been at this position for a bit longer, after King D2, the evaluation has become equal. And let's try to see. Oh, Vedant drew. That's a great one, Sakar. I think he played with whom? Was it? I don't remember. Maybe you can help me. Was it Oro? Yeah. So King D2 ke baad, we were looking at the move Bishop D5, and look at this. The bar is completely again better. Can we say कि उसको समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है? Bar is not understanding over here. Bar is being evil over here. Yes, Faustino के साथ. So Bishop D5 is the move which Yaz has to find. Let me try if Yaz thinks of something else, because the A4 is protected. Now another move which naturally comes to the mind is, can we push forward the pawn on B file? And guys, this may not be a good idea. What is the reason? What would be your guess? थोड़ा chess भी करते हैं guys. 1290 reminds us, hard to believe that Yaz defeated Arjun in the World Rapid 2025. I mean, Magnus' statement is correct. Erdogmus is very strong. I completely forgotten about that. 6 rounds to go. Nodirbek might run with the title. I think next 2 rounds are very critical for him. And look at Yaz. So much pumped up over here. Yes, after Bishop D5, yes. But over here, if B4, a natural move where you want to bring your king over here and then free your bishop and then just start pushing your pawns. If you do that, the chat is suggesting nice ideas there. Either you take and go E6 or you directly go E6. So that's the suggestion. Let's try to see if that works. E6. Because you take and here not to take here, because the king can also stop, the pawn can also push. But to go F6 with the threat of queening, you try to stop it with the bishop, and that would be a big blunder because of white 2 player. Can you find a move? 25 people at least at 11 nahi baje hai na? Maybe more people will be able to find. And the move we have got Shiv, Spark, Proris, Harish, Manush, Just Infad, and Hershey. Not so many, but still a good job there. The move is Rook A4, deflecting the bishop because you cannot take and the queen will be not stopped. So Rook takes A4 and you win a critical pawn, guys. That is the reason E5 would be a blunder. You will have to go back with the king to stop. But now, not F7 because the king will win the pawn. So this is the very, very precise calculation which Arjun and both Yaz will need to do. Rook h1, sometimes you're here, sometimes the rook has to go there. It's like a seesaw, it's like a swing, so you have to be not missing a moment there, otherwise the pawn becomes a queen. And if a2 here, यहाँ पे आप आसानी से रोक सकते हो with check and rook from behind. So this is the reason. In a way, you just saw this, guys. Rook a1 to h1, to h4, to h7, to a7. You need the vision of the full board, the whole truth, as you say. You cannot see just one-sided or just one part of it. That's why sometimes such ideas can be missed, and that's why one of the important thing is to remember that chess is a game of 64 squares. This is something my sir used to say, Arun Vaidya, who is an international master, who's unfortunately recently passed away. But just this one thing reminds us that look at the board, so that whole board, so that you are not missing such ideas of switching from one place to another. Suya says, when I ate the Uzbek dish pilaf, I understood why it is way more rich in taste without too many spices. It's all about the way of cooking, making maximum use of fundamentals, time and technique. Arey, kya baat hai? I have not had it, but connected with this game. I guess that was the plan. Yeah, so rook e1 played, and that's big mistake by Arjun. But as we know, guys, very difficult position we are already at, and it's too much to expect a perfect play over here. Too complicated position. Much easier for black to play with the bishop on. Like, to defend is very difficult. I think Arjun even feels it. He had gone bishop d5, by the way. A great move by Erdogmus. Look at this guy. Not at all falling for any tricks and traps. And after rook e1, once again Erdogmus will find the next move, because Arjun's threat is to go e6. fe6, fe6. If you try to push one of the pawn, let's say if you try to push h3, तो देखो mistake हो गया. In spite of the king being so close, if you try to come here, king d6, तो फटाक से e7 आ रहा है, and you can easily stop this pawn. So this is not working. So you cannot allow that, and so you cannot push any of the pawn, and you need to stop this. So that's why this is the only move, going back to d7. Now if you want to deflect the bishop, maar ke bishop takes c6, so that you win the h4 pawn, but then in return you also lose the g4 pawn and manage to defend your h7. So upar se, if you attack the bishop and this pawn, the king will come to e6. So this is also not working. So after rook e1, king d7, you cannot go e6, and not. Can Arjun find anything, guys? Kya lag raha hai? Because yesterday also we thought the position was completely gone, and it's very difficult to make a comeback. But what can be some practical ideas here? Like, if after rook h1, let's say king d7, can you see any practical ideas? Yaz, if he manages to beat Arjun, yes, it would be maybe the second time or what? No, he can't. Socho, okay. Another interesting idea is to go c4 according to the engines, because if you play b takes c4, of course, a bad pawn structure here, and you might be doing fine by stopping the pawns to be pushed. But Why will he even consider such a move when bishop takes c4 exists? It's a fair question. The only reason is so that you get rook to h1. But does it matter? And the answer is no, because these pawns are way too fast. Look at Hans Niemann over there, looking at this position, and it feels very difficult for Arjun to make a comeback. Yaz has impressed us again and again, and he cannot, stop playing such complex chess, even if under time pressure, even if he's playing against super experienced players. This guy actually has no fear. And he's also not fearing time pressure. He may come under time pressure. It might be right now, it's hard to say even if that is a weakness at this moment, because some players do get a lot of energy in time pressure. They are at a very different mind space over there. So at this moment, maybe it is to his advantage. Who knows? Man, today has been such a tough day for the Indians, because Arvind lost the game, Gukesh lost against Anish, though, and Pragg drew the game, but I think Pragg's game was amazing. So good. So good. Ganguly says, good get up. Guys, should I have this get up every day? Nahi. आज मजा आ रहा था. You know why we had this get up? It was like Pragg ने rucksack मारा, and the rucksack was one of the most brilliant rucksacks I have seen. So इतना मजा आ रहा था. एंड में ड्रॉ हो गया, इन अ वे अ प्रैक्टिकल डिसीजन देयर, बट बहुत मजा आया वो गेम में. सो दैट्स वेयर चांस ही नहीं था, कुछ तो अलग करना ही था. Suyash is like, hopefully Ajju bhai will salvage a draw. Come on Arjun, I like that hopes. And yes, kitna hilta hai, baap re. Guys, how many of you move like this in time pressure? I think many players do that, but they don't even realize they're doing that. But do you guys, when you play the tournament, keep moving so much? Me, says Justin. This is lost. This is completely lost. Only if Yaz goes king d7. In fact, he's down to 15 minutes. I don't know why. Because isn't it a move which looks very cool and safe and, stopping everything? Or what if g5 yahan pe? Is there any sense here? h3, e6, ये मारा तो g6, hg6 को fg6. I want to play this. Can I not play e5? Or can I not play h2 this time? g7 and e5. क्या problem क्या है? Oh, same problem. Oh, this doesn't work. Because of the same problem. Last time, guys, we saw this variation when Sagar was over here. Do you remember what is a good move for white here? One good move which looks beautiful. Batao, batao. Ooh, that guy changed his shirt. Yeah, he now has this Arjun t-shirt. Very interesting. After one game is over, he can actually change the t-shirt and come. Good spot there. Yes, all those who remember the move, Rook h1, Tanvi, Justin, Hardik, Harish, Code, Chak Dum Dum. क्या ये नाम ढूंढा है? So perfect. Rook h1, and you are trying to deflect the bishop but also attack this guy. King d7. Look at this guy. He is finding all the accurate moves, taking time, making sure that he doesn't blunder there. Amrita is 2000 elo at 12 years. Good. Yeah, very good. It's very, very good. King D7 Arjun immediately goes rook e3. And also gets up from the board, yeah? Uh-huh. Okay. So rook e3 is over here. And now the question. What is, the tricky thing going on in Arjun's mind? Because for sure, this guy doesn't give up. He doesn't give up. He keeps thinking of, in a way, where sometimes one advice which was really helpful for me was, if you are in a bad position, you might be losing. Sometimes you even choose a worse move, but a move where there are a lot more tricks for your opponent to fall into, then something where it's quite plain and simple, though the advantage is less, eventually it's going to be difficult. So here it's important that what is Arjun thinking? I'm just trying to see by chance if there is anything. For black, guys, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, are you ready? All of you. We have almost 2,000 people, and I want you all to try it out. Black to play. There are two possibilities which are good ones. Can you write which is the best move here for black? Can you think and calculate? It's a complex position. Imagine you are black and you're playing against Arjun Erigaisi. Ooh, Suyas says, hi Amrita, hope your dad is doing great. Say hi to him from me. He will not remember me, but he was the reason I took to chess seriously. Oh, that is so cool to know. What was his story? When did you meet him? By any chance in Tata Motors? Why don't you re-pursue your IMGM dream? I think dreams can change. I am just happy to be where I am right now, and any moment if I feel anything, I will. The way I transition is like it's like a moment for me. Ooh, I don't want to do this anymore, and just outgrown. So in that sense, I'm a bit unpredictable. Ooh, look at him getting super excited. Yas Khan over here. He is thinking, and he feels it. He senses it. He's so close to it. But what are the moves? I'm going to show what the chat is thinking right now. We have here this from you all. There is a3, there is bishop g2, there is b4, and a few more moves. But the top three are a3, bishop g2, and b4. Let's look at these three moves. So a3, bishop g2, and b4. Amazing done. There are two moves which work, but one move which doesn't work. Oops, let's go back here. And the move which doesn't work is b4. b4 doesn't work, and there is a reason which is quite specific here. Rook d3, pinning the bishop here with the threat of c4. And please do not even attempt to take this, because then you would be losing. So the whole thing is about the passers, As they say, you had a bishop and a few pawns for the rook. And pawns are a great compensation only if they can advance. So yahan pe, because even if you go a3, sorry, there is that's a blunder. You don't have time to advance, and iske liye chal raha hai. This king will stop this pawn, this rook will stop this pawn, and then eventually you will have these nice pawns. This will be also lost. So this becomes a big problem. Just to show you why it's a blunder. But if you move the king away from the pin here, then you get your e6 idea, which was the critical counterplay. And that's why b4 doesn't work. But of course, a3 would be a great move there. But Arjun, I think, has this idea. You know, he wants to create a disco here. Yahan pe allow A to look at this move, giving up the bishop because you're getting a queen. Rook A3, stopping the pawn over here. And now, maybe if something like this happens, maybe this would be gone. So A3 works. But why were you going bishop G2? Maybe you all wanted to play H3 here. This is a good move. I mean, decent move. E6 आ नहीं रहा है क्या? King E7. Okay. So bishop G2 is also working well. So both these moves work, guys. The only thing, apart from anything like A3 or bishop G2, white will be back in the game. So a very critical moment for Arjun Erigaisi. Let's go full screen. Because 8 minutes for Yas Khan. Will he find one of the moves, the correct moves? Arjun is not on the board. Sometimes psychologically, when your opponent is not on the board, you kind of feel, okay, this is my space to calculate, and basically you tend to start using more time. You know, it's happened with a few people. When I was in TML, Tata Motors. Okay, wonderful. I will let him know. I think he has a great memory. Very good chance that he will remember. Miss Pretty says, I am 1043 ELO at 14 years old and playing from... Oops, एक second रुक जाओ guys, ad आ गया. Playing from 54 days. Is it good? So 1043 where? Are you rated online or is it FIDE rating? Yas Khan down to 6 minutes, but I don't have much doubts that this guy is going to find, because it's not just only move he has to find. Yeah, he can make any of the two moves. तो क्या ही? Oh yes, Anushka, did not work out this time, but let's see year by year. There he is. Yes. Oh, is he feeling some discomfort? At least his expression says so. Yeah, man, it's like he's banging on the chessboard over here. But just that, it's the online chessboard. Funny. Shreyan says, I just came and got scared looking at your hairs. Guys, first of all those who say hairs, in English it is hair. Hair ka plural is also hair. Happens. I used to make the same mistake. Abhinav says, Amruta, do you remember me? We used to play chess at childhood. Great memories. Where exactly? I'm bad at names, but maybe I'll remember your face. But names I forget. But yeah, if you say so, we would have played. Mazedar. It's so nice to have people with whom you have played in the childhood and they are still enjoying chess. Oh, this hair, guys, actually may have not realized, but these are the future hair, no? मैंने कैसे पहन लिया? I think with the goggles it doesn't look like that. But I think अच्छा तो लग रहा है. मैं तो सोच रही हूँ आगे जाके टूर्नामेंट ऐसे खेलूंगी तो can I start playing a bit more, tribal chess. मजा आ जाएगा. Ramit says, Hi Ram, hey Ram. Oh, I love that wordplay. सब हार गए, सब हार गए. Any insight into what's happening with Guki? Burnout. I think Anish played really well today. Um, Also, Guki was playing decently, but maybe the some of the decisions which he took um, may not be the best. It's possible some effect stayed off yesterday. It's possible that just this guy finds it. It was an important move to play, guys. It's not going to last long now. Look at Yaz. He is down to 4 minutes. The only possibility is Arjubai tries to stay strong there, bring it to like 30 seconds for Yaz, and then bring it for a position only move. But the only problem is I don't see that happening. These pawns are doing too good, like too good unity between all of them. So the chances are difficult. Yeah, I think tomorrow is important. Yeah, for Gukesh, like because if tomorrow he um, lands up in trouble again, I think that would be something where we can say that maybe the effect has carried forward. But tomorrow he will be. I don't know with whom he's playing, but let's wait. It's possible to lose 2 games in a row in a tournament like Tata Steel, and we have seen it happening. James says, "Hi Amrita, I'm from Northeast." Very cool. We had been to Meghalaya last year, or maybe was it last year? It was really amazing. We have been to Guwahati also. He goes King C1, and now only move for Yas Khan, guys. Only move. Black to play. Will he find it? Can you find it? The only move for black. Let's go. Let's go. Focus. Maybe it could be the final question of today. Samar says, someone please stop him. He's moving too much. Isn't it too disturbing for the other player? Yeah, he's moving too much. Normally, I've not seen so many movements. In a way, it's also part of your experience. I think he's too young. I don't know if it disturbs a player can always keep the hands like this. So maybe at least there's no such rule that you cannot move. So I'm not sure. Mohit says, Amrita, it's so nice to see that you have kept our photo frame in the background. Hey. Yes, it's a nice one. Very nice one. He finds it, guys. And you know how many of you had found it? Let me just show you over here. Tanvi, Manish, Aryan, Justin, Crazy, Adarsh, Chakdum, Pranamya, Ruby, Stera. That's the right move. Bishop G2 was played. And now it's over. Because now H3, H2, H1 and also A2, A1. So how do you stop here? The only problem was if you would have gone A2, the king came to B2, stop the pawn. There is no progress here. Yes, it's defended, but you don't have time for a move like B2, B4 because of takes and always this pin which is kind of annoying. If you move the king away, then there's always e6 incoming, rook h3, and basically you have just blockaded the pawns. So bishop g2, having the patience to push the pawns, his body movement doesn't show that he has patience, but he actually has it. Well found by Yas Khan. This one is now, maybe I can say it does look like it's in his pocket. Amrita, can a person move like that? Is it legal? Yes, it's absolutely legal. A person can move. There are many people who move a lot. But I don't know even. It's interesting that if there is a rule or something, I don't think so. Maybe it's a unique case at the top level because people don't move so much. So, yeah, it's a unique case. Also, I have not seen people getting disturbed, but Chess Sigma says you're looking like Mr. Nags from RCB. I don't know who that is, but hope कोई time pass रहेगा. Why not push the pawn? That I showed. Okay. Then h3 was not possible. Now he is threatened h3. Yes, Kirti says it rightly. Based on his experience, he may be moving and shaking, but based on his talent and skill, he finds the right moves. Yeah, this definitely is something where you start working on your nerves. It's a learning for everybody. Amrita, don't you think people standing behind could actually distract the players? No. Honestly, people earlier in open tournaments, they would be all around a table. It's like completely full. And when you're in time pressure, and completely intensely focused in your game, sometimes you would not even know who is not. Sometimes you would not even know who all are there around you. So that's what chess is about, right? That's why we say when you play chess intensely, when you're working on chess, you do it so intense and so focused that it helps you in every other field, in your work, in your JE preparations, which all of you are doing. You have to use chess to improve your focus. It's not supposed to be a distraction. So that in a way, again an example where many of the chess players, they didn't go to school so much, and for them they would study very little for very little duration, but would get very good marks because in that time you have learned how to focus, so your grasping is also very different. Which is the oldest chess book you've read? Should be something like My 62 Memorable Games, Fisher's book, Think Like a Grandmaster, Kotov. Some part of my great predecessors, some which I didn't remember, by the way, Soumya reminded me. Then the Scorch Noise, Rook and Games. Yeah, some parts, but I was a practical player more. And here he goes, e6, the best final try on the board. And okay, one thing that black cannot go king e7. That would be a mistake. I don't think he's gonna look at this because then you allow moves like f6 check and such ideas. So I think it's easy to reject such ideas. Why would you allow f6 with a check with a tempo? So no way. Three minutes for Yaz, guys. 3 minutes. He's ready to play. कहाँ लेके जा रहे हो राजा को? राजा जी कहाँ जाएंगे? So many people looking at the game. King e8 finds it. Finds the best move here again. Okay, now again Arjun. How are you going to create some more tension here? Is it time for resignation? No, maybe another move or two. At least, until the one of the pawn reaches the second rank, I think the game will go on, guys. I don't think he should resign here. Definitely not. Looking at Yaz's time. By the way, in between, we have all the results are done. Nguyen versus Fedoseev, it looks unclear, and Sindarov versus Niemann also. So 2 more games are going, but here we are on move number 45th. fe6 doesn't work, yeah? Instead of king e8 over here, fe6 also worked. Takes, and now king e7 is possible. There's no f6, so that would also work. Maybe he didn't like rook takes e6 here because the rook could stop the pawn. But and now if you go a2, then there was a problem. That would not have worked. क्योंकि आ रहा था check and this king. So the king stops this pawn and the rook stops this pawn, the h pawn. If that happens, then white is very happy. And I think for sure Yaz knows that, and that is the only thing which he has to avoid. That both of them are doing a good job. Chaitanya says, just joined the stream for some serious commentary and then laughed really hard. मजा तो करना ही है guys. जो भी हो, chess every day it's happening. It's gonna be very very serious. But we have a lot of chess tournaments coming up this year. Last year we had so many. So we are going to make sure that it's going to be fun for all of us. Yes, he goes king e8, e takes f7, king takes f7. And now Arjun goes rook e6 with a similar idea in mind, going rook h6. But this time, only thing maybe now for black a2 nahi khelna hai. Bas. Let me see if I've understood it correctly. Yes, I've understood it correctly. a2 nahi khelna hai. Baki pawns, धीरे धीरे they have to go ahead. कोई chance मिलेगा क्या guys? Do you think Yaz can come down to like that 1 second, make a move, and it's a mistake for that Arjun bhai? If that is the situation Arjun is able to create, cannot tell you. That would be hats off. But I've seen Yaz even in one of the game with whom? Sindarov. Yeah, the way he played, the way he saved it, incredible. That was incredible. वो टेबल के नीचे से कोई बच्चा देख रहा है ना. वाओ, दैट्स सच अ गुड स्पॉट अनुराग. Oh, that little guy over there, he's so cute. Oh, can you see him guys? Wait, I think right now is not visible, but look at him. Yeah, now he was just near Yaz table corner. Extra Sparshi says, Amrita, please wish me luck for my JEE exam. All the best, guys. Arre, Sagar Shah, back. B4, man, this guy is playing like 100% accurate moves. Too good. Too good, man. This too good. मतलब ये मेरे बाल चले गए सारे.
आजा भाई अमृता, वापस आजा.
अच्छा चल रहा था थोड़ा सा फन.
अच्छा अभी फन चल रहा है.
पर नहीं, चेस तो चलते ही रहेगा सागर. कितना ही सीरियस जिएंगे दुनिया में.
पूरा लाल लाल हो गए तो
हो जाए
मेरे को ये
रस्ते, जिंदगी यूं ही चलती रहे. खुशी मिले या गम, बदलेंगे ना हम, चाहे ये दुनिया बदलती रहे. जो भी है अभी
अच्छा गाया तूने.
दुखी नहीं होना है. कल फिर
आज गुकेश और अर्जुन दोनों हारे और अरविंद भी
हारा. प्रग का ड्रॉ किया. फाइट करेंगे गाइस. वी विल फाइट एवरी डे. व्हाटएवर गोज रॉन्ग इन योर लाइफ चलेगा, उसको सही बनाएंगे अगले दिन. मेरा एग्जाम हो चुका है कि जेई का, इसलिए आज स्ट्रीम देखने आया हूँ. यार जेई एग्जाम वाले मेरे को, आई डोंट गेट इट. somebody saying I'm studying, somebody saying कि हो गया है. So is it not on the same day for everyone? अरे सब लोग मेरे गाने की तारीफ कर रहे हो. Oh, then I should also start singing.
नहीं थोड़ा थोड़ा अपने टैलेंट के अंदर दायरे में रहे.
Diarrhea? G5. Arjun trying to create as much mess as possible. And this is something, guys, let's learn from it, from him. Doesn't matter how much ever you're losing, but create such complexities ki all your opponents are not going to be as Kaan, right?
But what complexity is he creating?
थोड़ा सा अभी देख. Okay, G5 खेला है.
B3.
Suppose you take this, ये तो mistake रहेगा. आई mistake नहीं है. Suppose I play this, ये mistake रहेगा. ये हमेशा mistake ही है.
पर B3 करेंगे ना. B3 B2.
Suppose you play B3, not a mistake. So बस A2 is a mistake. But I'm surprised that even B takes C3 is a fine move. Because you are taking away both these squares. Got it. B3 played there. Maybe right now. Yes, Agar? Resignation happening soon.
Because the idea is to push this pawn, then the rook goes away, then to push this one and give a check, and then game over.
There are around, I get it now. For JE dates, 5 dates are allotted, 10 shifts. इसके लिए सबका अलग अलग है. Rook f6 check. You have to go king g7. No, naturally you are going to be closer to that g passer. So it doesn't matter because, it's a direct threat भी ऐसा है कि b2 check and bishop e4 check and queen. That's too fast. So until rook was on e6 फिर भी ठीक ही था. But yeah. Suya says Ajju is objectively lost, but such control on his emotions. Wow. I agree with you.
H3.
Yeah, just showed how the bishop and passers can be so powerful against the rook. Complete. Now look at Yaz, by the way. He's not moving as much as he did before. And clearly it says a lot about being nervous. I think with experience that will become better for him.
I'm so impressed by this young boy, guys. He's just 14 and he's going to beat Arjun Erigaisi also. He yesterday beat Jorden van Foreest. And now Arjun, so he's back in this tournament. I think Yaz is at +1 or he's right now at 3 out of 6. He'll become 4 out of 7.
Wow, that too his first tournament. It is too good.
When he lost to Sindarov, next day was rest day. And he didn't go anywhere. He was just preparing in his room.
This is the thing about most of the chess players. They actually do not go out to see the city or things like that in the tournament. It's the mind is so used to, being focused on something. So Aditya says feeling nostalgic reading the aspirants chat about JE gave mine 2 years ago. Time flies. समय उड़ सकता है? पता नहीं था. Grim says I'm impressed too. When will he cross Magnus Car 80? Will he be the one who will reach 2900 in the world? The first one. It could be a good question there.
Wow.
Oh, resignation there. What a play by Yaz. Truly remarkable finish by this guy. FLC says love from Turkey. Arjun is such a mature man. I hope he plays in his full performance in the next rounds.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
Yas deserves all the praise today. especially for this one move which is playing in my head all the while, which is in this position after sacrificing an exchange. This move, bishop e6, the backward move, is just absolutely brilliant. And you can see Arjun there. He's a little bit stunned, I think, Amruta, that he lost this one, because today it was not even that Arjun made any errors. Yeah, he
No,
got
this
cleanly.
rookie 3 moment, I think,
Yeah.
was a turning point of the game.
He just got outplayed in every level. Like, he got outplayed in the early opening stage, then middle game, end game, सब में outplay हो गया.
Actually, also, I thought this endgame was going to be okay for Arjun, but it completely changed in these moves, yeah.
I think here he should have played g5 here. Instead of that, he played rook e1, which was the key mistake.
Correct. But even
g5
was
sorry, people can't see it here, but yeah, guys, this is the move we were talking about, that instead of this g5 would have had, I think it's maybe a draw even, but rook e1 was the final error, and Yagiz just converted it. Okay, Amruta, time for us to take. Yes. Oh, they're still playing.
We'll just end the stream sooner today.
This is a draw, I guess, because the two bishops look quite threatening. But on the other hand, the two knights, because there are so few pawns and pieces, it should be fine to hold this, I feel. Even if you, let's say, Amruta, give up a pawn, let's say like this. This is a draw, bishop f3, because, I mean, there's too little space to play, like. So this is a draw.
And what about Nguyen versus Fedoseev has reached a rook endgame, and this is also seems like moving towards a draw. So both the games are ending in a draw, guys. Maybe I would say that Hans'
What about
game,
Faustino?
Some bit of chances for him to try with the double bishop, but yeah,
Faustino?
No breakthrough. Faustino Oro finished his game. Yeah,
draw.
He drew. I think Ivanchuk is playing till the end, and Ivanchuk is beating Lu Miaoui. Also, we have Max versus Daniel, where Max is clearly better.
Hallelujah. I see you tomorrow. Have a great weekend and a good night, guys. See you all tomorrow.
You want me to? I'll continue.
No, you can end it, I think.
Right now. Yeah.
आपके ऊपर है. You can end it whenever you want.
Guys, tell me something in this game. What do you think? Is it going to be a draw, or Hans Niemann has any chances? And just want to know your opinion over here. Then I'll decide. Look at this. I'll also bring the board here. Ooh, Hans has like 34 minutes on the clock. Draw. Good night. Draw. Eraya Guzel says, Sagar, as a Turk, I'm proud of you. You're a wonderful man. Very sweet of you. Thank you on behalf of Sagar. Sagar bhai, please get a GM title. You deserve it so much. सिर्फ डिजर्विंग से होता था सुयश भाई, फिर तो क्या ही, बहुत लोग जीएम बनते थे. Okay. ओ, मैंने अभी पहचाना, ही हांस नीमन है. बालों को क्या हुआ इनके? आई थिंक ये टूर्नामेंट में सबके बाल थोड़े अलग अलग दिख रहे हैं. The players need a proper break, like a proper ek ded mahina. They are going and going and going on. It's too exhausting even to see, says Tathagat. That's also right in some way. That's also for some people who are very young, I think, doesn't matter as much. I mean, I don't think that they think in that perspective because they would not accept the tournaments. But somewhere I do agree that chess is very intense. Like, a game like 6-7 hours is so intense, and they're also preparing, also collecting, also travels. So many times. The first 2 days, you're in a new city, new environment, new temperature. A lot of changes happen to your body also. So, in general, of course, with traveling, you kind of get used to it somewhere, but it is not easy. It can get tiring. Moon says, Amruta ji, you're very lucky to have our cutie Sagar. I completely agree with you. 100%. Grim says, why is Sagar so tired today? Yeah, I think he. Also, the days we observed whenever he runs. So, those days he's more tired. He wakes up early morning, guys, and he's been like, he keeps working, he keeps recording videos, he keeps doing these meetings and so many things, so many mails, so many stuff. I think today he had these two amazing interviews with Aryan Varshne and Tamil. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, but yeah, I mean, in general, the day is very hectic for him. So I try to tell him that try to sleep sometime before the commentary or something, or once the commentary starts, try to sleep for some time, then join again, or things like that. But yeah, sometimes it's possible, sometimes not. So he that is why the plan is like, so that he can go early, I can continue here. I get up a little late. Will you go to Cyprus? Want to, but let's see. Sagar is tired because he lost his calories. Does that tire you? Losing calories? I don't know. But if it does, then yeah, it's a possibility. Okay, this is going towards a draw because one bishop is exchanged and here it's completely done. So हो गया guys. So जाए क्या? Ooh, Steve says, wow, Kaan is the second on the standings now. I think power nap, says Grim. Power naps are good. Maybe not so easy sometimes, but yeah, power naps would be great. Some days it's not possible only, like you're back to back, back to back, back to back something. So it's not possible some days. Anti play has written something, but I don't understand, but I guess you intend well. So thank you. Yes, Sindarov fights until the end, says Anima Sharkar. But Sindarov, no, he's 3 minutes. And objectively, कुछ है ही नहीं ना position में. There's nothing. No pawn break, कुछ भी नहीं है. Knight F3 पे भी कभी नहीं आ सकता है. तो क्या ही. जितेंद्र भाई बोल रहे watching chess is an art. वाह. 1000 आर्टिस्ट है यहाँ पे, क्या ही बात. Future says, will you go to Cyprus? You should not go. I want to stream just like 2024. But Sagar went to Canada. Like, if you're talking about the candidates, Sagar had gone to Canada. And he joined from there. Do you remember? Or are you comparing the World Championship stream? Oh, Hans ka king idhar aaya hai. Maybe Hans is the one who is looking at ideas like these. The knight can get dominated. Wow. Look at her. She has red hair. Wow, amazing. I think she's the photo official there. Sagar needs holiday. You both spend holiday outside India. Done. Yeah, we would be very happy to take a self-reflection vacation, as I call it, a spiritual honeymoon. Let's see. But right now there are tournaments. When Sagar was at Canada and you were doing late night streams, yeah, that was nice. We used to, Sagar would join in between, would have fun. I think we had Harshit actually that time. He would join in for some time. He had this US time zone, so that was a tournament. Maza aaya tha. And we also had some more people joining in. I remember Magesh also had joined in. Um, काफी लोगों ने थोड़ी थोड़ी देर ज्वाइन किया था बट एवरी टाइम टिल द एट द एंड ऑफ द स्ट्रीम समय वुड मेक श्योर टू ड्रॉप इन एंड बहुत मजा आता था. और एक स्कोर शीट दिया है. हंस भाई खेलते ही जा रहे हैं. आप लोग भी इतने सारे रुके हो क्या ही. आज जेई का एग्जाम था. Grim says, great to have you as a chess commentator. You bring so much warmth and humor to the whole thing. Okay, thank you. You guys are enjoying. तो फिर बहुत easy. Knight E1 has been. ये knight सिर्फ इधर और इधर ही जाता है. वो जाता है जीतू भैया को मिलता है फिर वापस आता है फिर वापस जाता है. तो ऐसे नेबर जैसे है इधर. बिशप D1 has been played right now. Suppose the knight. Can you gonna king C1? क्या खेला वो? King B5. इवान चुक देख रहा है वहां पे. मेरे को थोड़ा टाइम पास करने का मन तो हो रहा है. भाई लोग क्यों खेल रहे हो. इसमें क्या बचा है. बट we may not have realized, but Hans has this extra pawn. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. या समय सर्वानंद also. We had a lot of fun with Sarvanan also. I think in one FIDE Grand Swiss he had joined and he has some amazing skills to share, wonderful stories. Yesterday I attended my first OTB tournament in my college, says Tathagat. Didn't play as कब रजिस्टर करना था पता ही नहीं चला क्योंकि मैं गधा हूँ. But was watching the games. It was actually fun compared to online. Wow, that's so cool. फिर आप ऐसे लास्ट मोमेंट एंट्री नहीं लिया क्या उन्होंने. Oopsie. Oh yeah. अरे I had a few ones prepared for tomorrow. याद करना मेरे को. नाइट वापस गया G2 पे. किंग B3 पे भी है. अभी B3 भी नहीं है. चल क्या रहा है. दे आर वेटिंग फॉर अ ब्लंडर. ब्लंडर तो नहीं रहा. लास्ट पॉन मूव कब हुआ है गाइस. 50 मूव B4 पे हुआ है. बट देन डजंट मैटर बिकॉज एक्सचेंज भी मैटर करता है यहाँ पे. सो दिस वाज मूव नंबर 75 एंड दिस इज ओनली 80 सेकेंड. लॉन्ग वे टू गो. बट ठीक है वांचुक के लिए कुछ टाइम पास भी है. Okay. Oh, draw. Done. That was the last game because Fedoseev and Nguyen have drawn their game. Make a candidates list and put some good. Okay, guys, we are done. Tomorrow we'll be back. Please remind me because it's classical chess. आज मैं थोड़ी लेट आई थी बट कल मजा करेंगे. I want to show you the standings first of all. Here we go. 7th round का है. एक second. Players and these are the standings. पॉइंट्स दिखाते हो तुम लोगों को सो दैट हाँ पता चल जाएगा. So here Nodirbek and Sindarov. Nodirbek leading by 1 point. Wow. 5.5 out of 7. Sindarov on 4.5 out of 7. Hans Niemann on 4. Fedoseev on 4. Van Foreest and Yagiz. 4 people on 4 points. Then we have Vincent on 3.5. Matthias on 3.5 out of 7. That's 50% score. And we have Arjun, Anish and Gukesh. All 3 of them on 3 points. It's pretty interesting. 4 people on 4 points. 3 people on 3 points. Pragg and Nguyen on 2.5. And Aravindh having a tough tournament with 2 points. And today is obviously game of, the day. In terms of the beauty, I think Pragg's rucksack was simply epic. A draw happened in the end. Maybe not a result to justify the rucksack, but it was too good. And then Kaan had this another amazing exchange sacrifice against Arjun and managed to beat Arjun Erigaisi. So great play by, classy play by Yagiz also. So it was a tough day for Indians today, guys. Tomorrow's pairings, let me show you round number 8. Yeah, yes. And these are the pairings. We have Nodirbek versus Anish Giri. Okay. Fedoseev versus Gukesh. Crazy game होने वाला है. Bluebaum versus Thai Dai 1. Yagiz versus Pragg. Oh yeah, Pragg is playing all the opponents which Arjun played. Basically. मतलब जो Arjun के साथ खेला next round, he's playing with Pragg. Arjun is playing Arvind Chithambaram with the black pieces. Hans versus Van Foreest and Vincent versus Sindarov. So these are the pairings for tomorrow, guys. And we will see you maybe tomorrow also. Soumya will join in for some time, if nothing to say hi. She was supposed to travel tomorrow and or tonight. Exactly, I don't remember. She told me, but I forgot. But yeah, she's going for a Chola chess camp and maybe from there she will join us for some time. So it will be great. You take care. Have a good night. वापस मिलते हैं and कल पक्का आना and